trust in their enemies. Zombies look at them sleep, they obeying the beast. You can't come up in this store without a mask, you gotta leave. Soon they gon' say the same about that vaccine. Soon they gon' say the same about the mark of the beast. Trying to wake my people up, feel like they like this bad dream. They say black's #1, the corona that they scheme. I'ma save a soul, I want a crown upon my head. If you believe in Christ, then you'll do just what he said. Teach them about repentance, be the light they need to see it. We in the last days, make sure your soul is prepared. Take a look up at this madness, they going cashless. I've been speeding up the time, man, it's coming faster. Can't get solutions from the world, they ain't got the answer. Can't get solutions from the world, they ain't got the answer. All I want is you. You my strength, you my heart, you the light and it shines so true. All I want is you. You my strength, you my heart, you the light and it shines so true. We really in it for salvation, coming back, gotta be patient. Keeping commandments while we wait. I'm Yahuah, come and say, love yourself and love your neighbor. Gonna reward you for your labor. We were chosen, we was favored. I'll be watching your behavior. All I want is you my strength, you my heart, you the light and it shines so true.
One issue that has come up is once you do have a vaccine, how do you properly distribute?
It's your favorite all your favorite brothers. Now running for the go against the law, disrespect the chief for no. Now running for the that Yahuah thing, that Yahuah thing, that Yahuah thing. I see the future mask off, tell her take the mask off. See the light inside the picture, even with the flash out. 2020 with the fruit, now they call me Mad Dog. Start the show with the trumpets like I stole the mask on. Rough rider, never let the drama drag on. Paying to a camp, I got a real passion. Call the LEU, got assisted for the G. Still with the shit, kept it styling in the fleece. Came up on command, right your contraband. Big Yahuah strand, got me greater than. The statues, I'm a fan. Nice little plus the wind. Ruach, give my soul. Play them words again. Yahin, I'm a sipper. Good wife, I'm a tipper. I'm a brother keeper. Worker and a preacher. Keep them devil mad. Who don't make me brag? Understand, yeah. Go against the law, disrespect the chief for no. Now run the 44. That Yahuah thing, that Yahuah thing, that Yahuah thing, that Yahuah thing, came up on command, right your contraband, big Yahuah strand, got me greater than. The statues, I'm a fan. Nice little gust of wind. Ruach, give my soul. Play them words again. I need you like the coffee in the morning. Wake up from your sleep, stop the snoring. Your wisdom is already pouring. And I wanna praise you. I wanna praise you. I wanna praise you. You're my coffee, coffee, coffee. You're the first thing in the morning. You're my coffee, coffee, coffee. Gotta have you in the morning. You're my coffee, coffee, coffee. You're the first thing in the morning. You're my coffee, coffee, coffee. Coffee, coffee, coffee. I've been distant, so distant. It just all feels so different. It may seem like I'm mixing, but there is something missing. All the tension he's fixing. The position keeps switching. I gotta sit down and listen. I gotta sit down and listen. Hey, yes, he's my rock. Making a move and he's right on my side. Yahuah has came, so confess my shiach. Repent for your sins and then wash all your spots. Through all the pain, chasing that life that you cannot contain. Repent and repent, but please don't entertain. Living this life that you gotta sustain. You're my coffee, coffee, coffee. You're the first thing in the morning. You're my coffee, coffee, coffee. Gotta have you in the morning. You're my coffee, coffee, coffee. You're the first thing in the morning. You're my coffee, coffee, coffee. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Praise you. I wanna praise you. I wanna praise you. I wanna praise you. Why do you be hating like this? Why you got me so afraid like this? I don't know I was made like this. I'm probably gonna stay like this, yeah. Look, I'ma tell you straight like this. No, you can't stay like this. See, we all have days like this. So lost, how you end up in a maze like this? Your common sense is what you choose to neglect. That ain't something that I choose to accept. Between us, I feel a huge disconnect. When I tell you about yourself, you get truly upset. But why? Cause you know better. Turn to God, it ain't no pressure. With all the things that we done, but he still sent his son. Yeah, you should feel so special. He my rock, so I'm rocking with the best. Tell him with my mouth and my heart, I confess he got my heart on lock. Yeah, this cardiac arrest. Got a heart made to go, beating on my treasure chest. So yeah, so don't you ignore God. Once I cried out to the Lord God, he opened up so many doors for me, but they say chivalry's dead as a doorknob. Talk to myself, will he ever respond? I'm killing my flesh, I won't let it respond. You keep on relapsing, so I keep on asking, do you get the picture? Do you need a caption, man? Come on, let it go so you can live again. How I'm ever supposed to make a change when the man in the mirror ain't listening? What can I say to get through to you? You should really wanna free your soul. So please do not lie to me, no. See, I need to know what's going on. Why do you be hating like this? Why you got me so afraid like this? I don't know I was made like this. I'm probably gonna stay like this, yeah. I'm looking for a turnaround. It's been a while since I prayed like this, so but every time I turn around, I see my mind in a state like this, yeah. I've been going back and forth with my flesh. I refuse to fall under subjection. Since the devil, I'm ignoring suggestions. Looking in the mirror, fighting my reflection. Glad I got an angel on my shoulder. Fighting for the kingdom like a soldier. Never giving up, it's the flesh against my spirit. Battle with myself like I'm fighting against my twin flesh. Got cruel intentions with my spirit. Tired of going around in circles, I'm dizzy. The flesh is weak, but love, my spirit is willing. Sometimes I'm the hero, but feel like the villain. Trying to get to heaven, it's a party, it's litty. Tell the devil to his face, he's a clown, he's silly. Walk past the mirror, saying the king in that reflection. Had your boy self-reflecting, now my soul is luminescent. Satan want my life, no sir, heaven's not. Send my soul away to him, it's a no for me, dog. Hey, I'm too busy looking at the bigger picture. I see the word and portrait mode, if it ain't Christ, then it's blurry. World fears a man who cannot be bought. The Holy Bible is a map if you feel like you're lost, yeah. God is my teacher, he cannot be taught. If anybody want beef, I wouldn't mind it with sauce. Take my body, take my body. Can't nobody, can't nobody. I got it clearly, the best one. Stepping up a demon by the level up, dog. Demolition flowing by the level, wicked souls. Man, I'm never turning back, bro. Spine new road. Had to get away from all that sinning. William finally found Lady Wisdom. Found myself in Christ, I came to senses. Found me a good thing, a missus. The sands of time is in this hourglass. 1,000 years is like an hour pass. What I'm saying is please don't waste your time with this internal battle between the flesh and the mind, King 7. Why do you be hating like this? Why you got me so afraid like this? I was made like this, and I'm probably gonna stay like this, yeah. I'm looking for a turnaround. It's been a while since I prayed like this, so but every time I turn around, I see my mind in a state like this, yeah. I've been going back and forth with my flesh. I refuse to fall under subjection. Since the devil, I'm ignoring suggestions. Looking in the mirror, fighting my reflection. Glad I got an angel on my shoulder. Fighting for the kingdom like a soldier. Never giving up, it's the flesh against my spirit. Battle with myself like I'm fighting against my twin.
Out into the Bible believing, born again church of God. Not because the ministers of the churches want witchcraft, not because the Christians who are blood-washed and spirit-filled want witchcraft, but because witchcraft, wizards and witches, partaking of Satan's nature, are extremely deceptive. And the Bible warns us that on occasion we should not be surprised if they make an entry and come disguised as messengers of light. I am not saying these things to make you look suspiciously or to look askance at every gospel preacher you meet or listen to. But I am saying these things to let you know what the Bible tells, that witchcraft can be introduced through deception into the truth of the living God, and that ministers and sincere Christians need to know how to recognize it. A few years ago I attended a large gospel service in the largest theater auditorium in the city of Los Angeles. A number of well-known religious leaders were present, including full gospel evangelists. And one of them got up to take an offering. And lo, I was surprised to find that unbeknownst to the other ministers and unbeknownst to that fine congregation of Christians, witchcraft was being injected and introduced, and there wasn't one person there raised their voice against it. Well, you say, how do you know it was witchcraft? Because they were doing exactly the same thing that Paul warned the Galatians about when he said in Galatians, the 3rd chapter and verse 1, O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you? And then he showed them who had bewitched them. Certain teachers had crept in among them and had brought them under intimidation and fear, and by teaching doctrines of fear instead of faith, they had bewitched them and put them back in a fear religion. One of the first evidences of witchcraft is that in face of faith, witchcraft uses fear. Christians need to be alerted, and they should be alarmed when witchcraft is introduced in the Christian church. Are there other areas where witchcraft is introduced? Certainly there are. Study carefully the 3rd chapter of Galatians. Also, that Christ was preached among you, crucified among you by the preaching of the gospel. But he said, you've been taken back into bondage by these witch doctors under the guise of gospel preachers. But he said, this only what I ask of you. Receive you the Holy Spirit by the works of the law or by the hearing of faith. And he said, he that ministereth unto you the Spirit, and he that worketh miracles among you, doeth he it by the works of the law or by the hearing of faith? Not only is the fear psychology that is used where people witchcraft in the church and legalism, works religion, self-righteousness in place of God's righteousness is witchcraft.
And just to write a ticket, let's roll the clip.
What's going on with my son? You scared him or worried? I want to see what's going on with my son. No, he said y'all pulled him over. Y'all said people was walking in the street or the police was in the street.
Sir. First off, just so you know, I gotta let you know you're being recorded, audio.
I'm recording y'all too. I don't care if you're recording. I don't like my son being harassed.
Are we yelling at you?
Going to see what's going on. Yo, but you pulled my son over already.
He
He said there was no pedestrian, there was nobody on the street.
That's because he's not here. You're pointing over here. You don't have the facts yet. If you let me explain
My
exactly.
son told me it's the fact.
Okay.
All right, well, you stay there. You can't go over there. This is his.
Word up, man. Yo, y'all gotta stop harassing people around here, man. Yo, you said there was nobody in the street, man.
I can assure you, sir, there was. And it's all actually on video.
Come on, man.
It's all on video, sir. Hey, he can stay right there. He knows.
Yo, what's up with you, man? You got a short man complex? I'm worried about where I'm standing at, bro. I'm worried about my son. I don't care what you're talking about. I mean, we don't trust y'all. We kind of
Listen, man, I get it. I respect
I don't respect.
Yeah,
because
but
y'all wasn't
this
supposed
is
to
our
pull him over,
tactics,
bro.
though.
You wasn't supposed to pull him over.
Sir.
He talking about people was in the street.
Sir.
Like, come on, man. I'm not stupid, man. Ain't nobody in the street. Y'all trying to get money out of people. Ain't nobody beef with that. Come on, man.
Listen, I get
Yo, can they go now, bro?
Listen, get a ticket. Once there's summons, he can go. And he can go.
To get money. Those are hidden taxes. They're stealing money. That's why they're writing tickets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all of y'all, bro. What y'all eating our money for nothing, bro? All this money for what? Like, you just came from working out. This is all paychecks. All paychecks, bro. For what? To write them another ticket to steal more money. Come on, man.
Yeah, it'll be in the court.
No, we want to see it right now, but y'all pulled us over already.
Come on, man. Nobody got time for this, bro. The people stealing. People stealing cars. You worrying about all of that except for what my son is going through over here. Yo, man, real talk, man. You worrying about all of that except for what's going on over here. We tired of being robbed. We're tired of being ticketed. We're tired of y'all stealing our money, bro. Ain't none of that shit. We tired of this shit. Yo, we was over there playing basketball. They're trying to tow the cars. You come out the park, you can't even make it home. Come on, man. We tired of this shit. Either you stealing the cars or you giving us tickets. Come on, man. Real talk. Y'all good, Bobby? Y'all good?
Why would we stop?
Y'all good?
Why would we
You
stop?
give them the summons?
Yes.
Come on, go ahead. Come on. Crazy, man.
That's crazy.
Well, shout out to our brother being a courageous brother. Because you see how they respond when, a brother's not showing up with any kind of fear. Like I said, it was too many. I'm like, come on. You call that many police for a traffic ticket. No, like I said, when they calling that many of them, they looking for an opportunity or a reason to ambush a young black man. Because see, that young black man is going to potentially do something or say something to give them a reason because they're not too learned in how to deal with these race soldiers. This is why you got to teach your sons early, brothers. Teach them early how to move, how to look at their tactics, what they're doing, certain questions they ask, all of that. Because that could be life or death for you. It don't take all that. And then when the brother said it's right, is that they are running around here ticketing people, having speed traps and all of that so they can raise money for these cities. Because do you know police officers are, dinged on their performance if they don't write a certain amount of tickets? Do you know that? That affects their raises and promotions? If they don't have a certain amount of arrests, that can affect their raises and promotions. So what do they like to do is try to mess with black people. You remember in Ferguson, it came out that they were just ticketing black folks just left and right, and mostly only black folks, raising almost $3 million
worth of funds for the city. That's how they was raising money, just ticketing. So that dude is right. They are raising money off of targeting the poor. They're not pulling people over in the affluent neighborhoods like that and messing with them. They're not doing it because those people are not going to put up with it, because they're going to be calling their congressman or the city councilman or the mayor or the senator or the judges. They going to start making phone calls. And of course, you give them a ticket, they say, shoot, I'm taking it to court. I'm not going to sit up here and just pay this crap. And they know that.
Those that do evolve and shows ain't gonna rise up. All of the heartache it cause you to bleed, suffer internally way low. The mind of the people devour with greed, mimic that thought that ego. Forget what you heard, product of pain, the story was blurred. Suffer the roots, I'd rather refer. Speaking the truth, they haven't the nerve. Standing firm through the devastation, set apart, that's a correlation. About the better shade, stir the nation, could assert the power, better occupation. We royal, you see. Did anybody ever told ya? We be them Israelite soldiers. Kingdom priests and kings of queens. We are royalty, royalty. Did anybody ever told ya? We be them Israelite soldiers. Kingdom priests and kings of queens. We are royalty, royalty. To know that is to own that. The royalty all in our veins. When you look close, take it way back. Deception was part of the game. Come from a line of kings and queens, though they may not know it. Truly divine belief, wanna see my people be the light, we own it. He do what we need him. Something wrong with the way we live, and you know it's true, cause we feel it. It's alright, enduring all the pain, pushing for a better day. Like gold is refined, we're meant to be free, yeah, 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 yeah. Did anybody ever told ya? We be them Israelite soldiers. Kingdom priests and kings of queens. We are royalty, royalty. Did anybody ever told ya? We be them Israelite soldiers. Kingdom priests and kings of queens. We are royalty, royalty. I hear the sound of trumpets, time to wake up. Royalty, royalty from the line of Jacob. I heard a little voice and it bothered me. I was on to something I weren't supposed to see. So here we are, know who we are. I don't ever have to apologize. I stumbled on the truth and it changed my life. I want my inheritance, my birthright. Did anybody ever told ya? We be them Israelite soldiers. Kingdom priests and kings of queens. We are royalty, royalty. Did anybody ever told ya? We be them Israelite soldiers. Kingdom priests and kings of queens. We are royalty, royalty.
Mr. Sharpton, why have you not been an advocate for the children that are being trafficked at the border right now, or all of the kids that are being brought over that have been drugged or sedated coming into the country, where up to 40% of the kids that have come across the border have gone missing? Where is your voice then? Why are you not speaking up for these children, sir? Why are you not being a voice for the children, for all the kids that have gone missing? Why are you not speaking up for the children that have gone missing within the government?
Sorry, can I bring a mask on?
Nobody's screaming in your face. Nobody's screaming in your face. Nobody's even talking to you.
To my
Where's the rest of your Democrat party at?
former
all the
U.S.
support?
ambassador to South Africa.
Why are you not being a voice for the children missing at the border?
And to
40% of children that have come in unaccompanied are now missing from the border. Kids are being sedated at the U.S. border. Why are you not being a voice for the children?
Atlanta, Georgia, New Birth Baptist Church.
Must be mainstream.
Why are you making out of racism where it doesn't exist? How much money?
Why are you trying to come and provoke violence? Why are you here advocating for violence? Why are you here advocating for violence? Del Rio is not a racist city. Del Rio is a loving, caring community. We don't want your racism in Texas. Get out of here. Nobody wants to hear your racist nonsense in Del Rio. You're a racist. Nobody wants you in Texas. Nobody wants you in Texas. Why are you not a voice for the children that have gone missing at the border? Where is your voice then? Get out with your racism. Get out with your reverse racism. Get out of here. Texas does not want your nonsense. This is a loving community. We denounce your racism and your hatred. Get out of Texas. Get out of Texas.
Be here for America, not just for black.
Where are you speaking up for Americans? Why do you not speak up for the American citizens? Why don't you speak up for the children that are being trafficked through the border? Why are you not a voice for the 40% of children that have gone missing this year alone? Stop with the race baiting. Del Rio will not succumb to your nonsense. Del Rio is not a racist community. Our border patrol agents are not racist. Our border patrol agents are heroes. Our border patrol agents are not racist. Our border
tours and checkpoints. The general debate will start Tuesday and end on Monday, September 27th. World leaders from 132 countries will attend, including President Biden and the K-pop superstar boy band.
Oh yeah, expect the checkpoints. Like, they come in your town, it's like, well, we gonna checkpoint you, because again, that's the reality they want you to live in anyway. And so, the secretive unit, we're about to get to the video clip here in just a second. The secretive unit stuff reminded me of another drill that happened where they talked about they was going to spray chemicals across some people, and we're going to talk about that too. But keep in mind, the UN and China just did their multinational peacekeeping drill, which had Mongolian troops, Pakistan troops, Chinese troops, and it was one more group, Taiwan troops. So they just wrapped that up, which is supposed to be one in the first for them. And there's a reason behind all of that. China's armed forces concluded their first multinational peacekeeping exercise on Wednesday, showing off their combat prowess with drones and mine-clearing robots while seeking to project more benign image. So, again, we
Pause. So you remember yesterday we were talking about people that's exercising certain things, families? You got people that's exercising certain strategies in the physical, and then you got the Most High set apart people that's supposed to be exercising and training in the spiritual, families, because you're not wrestling against flesh and blood, but you're wrestling against principalities, families, that are trying to take control over a living vessel. They need a body that is warm, families, a body that can come into the light, families, and apply some certain things that carry out the plans of these darn devils, y'all. So you have to exercise these things. You have to train yourself. But we're supposed to be doing it spiritually. Now, families, there's only one nation that hasn't came to full power. We have Greece, they done came, the Persians, they done came to power. Rome done been in power. China done been in power. The Persians done been in power. There's only one nation on the planet that has not came to full power yet, families. and that is Russia. Let's continue.
We got the information that obviously that Biden in this meeting is saying that he wants to cooperate on climate, right? He said he doesn't want a Cold War. He doesn't want any of that. And so, okay, when China says we're going to sail by Hawaii and hopefully you don't, get pissed off or whatever, and you let us freely navigate in areas that's supposed to be your water, just like the U.S. is navigating in their waters, we're going to see how that goes down. But if it comes down to the climate agenda, it tells me that they'll come in as UN troops. That's pretty much how it would go. The secretive unit, and I'm going to play the clip in just a few here. Here is a top secret Russian-made helicopter spotted being flown by secretive U.S. unit in North Carolina. So in North Carolina, this is where it's happening. I'm going to show you the clip here in a second. Top secret Russian-made helicopter has been spotted being flown by a secretive U.S. unit. A Mi-17 HIP-type helicopter made an emergency landing in North Carolina field owned by farmer Dan Moore. Did any of y'all hear about this? Because it's crazy how this just, skips the mind. And thanks everybody for, tuning in today. We've been gone for a while. I get it. But we have just got monetized back again. And so we're here once again. Unit. This was somebody who was in the aviation unit too. Shortly afterwards, a dark gray Bell 407 arrived carrying replacement parts. It's thought both helicopters may be part of a shadowy U.S. military aviation unit, according to the drive. Moore, who is a member of Civil Air Patrol and has been a pilot for a number of years, said the helicopters landed in May, but shared his story with Aviation Journal just this week. So, again, he says, I received a call from my neighbor saying, hey, did you know what it is? A helicopter in front of your yard? Moore wrote, wait, what? A helicopter in my yard? I was confused, but also primed and ready to return the favor when I figured out somebody had made an emergency landing at my farm living in North Carolina. He says, there is a lot of military activity in the airspace around me, so the answer to my neighbor was, no idea what is going on, what kind of helicopter. He continued, my neighbor who is in the Special Forces at Fort Bragg, a major U.S. Army base in North Carolina, said, I don't know, I've never seen one like that, some big military thing. So again, he said it turned out to be an Mi-17 painted a tan-brown camouflage scheme. Pictures and videos taken more show it had black painted section at least the right side of the fuselage behind the exhaust. So have y'all seen something? I know it's a lot of y'all in the comments who been in military and stuff. Is this weird to you or is it not? Unleash upon us. Somebody says, I'm in Fayetteville, North Carolina. How do you think they get to the Vatican so fast? Russian turbocopters. So you trying to say Russia got some of the fastest copters? Somebody says, no offense, but the Sun news source is not credible. It's other sources that put this out too. So Sun is not the only one that's put it out. The Sun is not the source of it. It even says at the top, YouTube, Dan Moore. The guy put it out himself. You can go look that up. I'll have the link to that below. So yeah, I found this out by multiple different sources, not just the Sun. So that's the helicopter right there. That's the helicopter right there. And so we got secretive units flying around pretty much and just, landing. We don't know what they got going, but it reminds me of the drill that was talking about. This was a little bit earlier. I don't know if y'all seen this because obviously I've been on the other side on JWTV show for a while. To the rescue. Emergency first responders save victims during mock exercise. Oh, you saved them, huh? You saved them because that's how they always want to look. Local emergency first responders, this was a drill they did that I still find suspect because why would some helicopter come over and spray some chemicals on people anyway? Some are going to be passed out on the ground and some of them are going to be screaming that their skin is burning. That's how they call it 911, and 911 is probably going to dispatch EMS. So, they did mock drills for, some helicopters flying around. I'm just saying, like, if it's a secretive, weird unit flying around and you don't know nothing about it, what's the point of having these drills be done if there's nothing going to happen in that scenario? So, what's going on? Mario123, appreciate you. B-Flaves, definitely appreciate you. That's my lady helping me out in the chat as well. Alright, so here's a crazy thing next I wanted to talk about. And I know y'all on the other side probably already seen it, but people on this channel didn't see it. It's the fact that they're going to grow, these plants. And, you know, it's like, hey, we didn't force you. We didn't force you. We didn't do anything. But it's like VAX is in your salad scientist growing. VAX is in your salad scientist growing medicine field plants to replace injection September 16, 2021. And so basically they say it's one of many of the you-know-whats which use messenger RNA technology to defeat viruses. They work by teaching cells from the immune system to recognize and attack certain, you know, so basically they're going to have RNA, you know, pretty much plants that they're...
Pause. So families, you remember we was reading about that secret covenant, this article about this one brother, man. He read about this this article talking about the secret covenant, and it says that we will give you medicines and they will not help you. It will protect something that was put inside of you. Then it talks about the food. If we can't get you that way, they will start putting it in your food and in your water and stuff like that. This stuff is deep, y'all. We started going into nanobots. Yes, these tiny little lipids, families, that get injected into your bloodstream. Check this out. There's a lot of people talking about it, y'all. We ain't the only ones that just be dibbing and dabbing into it. Oh no, there's a lot of people talking about this. Let's go.
You knew about 7 of 9. So this was 7 of 9 in Star Trek, right? 7 of 9 was a Borg, and she was saved by Captain Picard and his crew. And this is what you had in the end. You had the little thing around the eye, as you see, and you see what's on her hand. And 7 of 9 was like very intelligent, and she get access to like electronic devices real easy. So 7 of 9 is like she was a very likable character for everyone in the show. Hold on one second, family. Be right back.
Okay, families. Now there was this video that I played like a while back. Had been like almost like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, families, and it was about this daughter. She was having lunch with her mom, and they were sitting at this table, and she was talking to her mom about college and life and somewhat. And then all of a sudden, she had something important to tell her mom. So she calls her mom. She ain't got no phone, families. She calls her mom, and her mom's picks up the phone, and her daughter is talking to her mom's, but her mom's is right there, but she talking to her on the phone, and then she snaps her fingers and turn the phones off. So then her mom looked at her and was like, whoa, what just happened? And then her daughter sat there and said that I need you to go tell dad that I went and got these implants in my fingers to where that I can pay without having a credit card, stuff like that. I can call you like I just did, and everything. She could do everything, man, with just the tip of her fingers. But she needed her mom to tell dad because she knew that her dad would disapprove of that. This stuff, you can't make it up, man. Check that on the
sorry about that, family. So
okay, our Moray is back, family. So this is Tato Ministries, family. So but y'all go check that out whenever y'all get a chance, though, families. Check out the daughter that was talking on to her mom, and she was talking to her with her hands. You know what I'm saying? She didn't have no phone on, no phone. And she snaps her fingers and she turned the phone off, families. She went and got these implants put into her hands.
7 of 9 was a Borg, and after they released her from being a part of the Borg, you know, she was, I guess, that middle cyborg between what the android data was and humanity. And remember, the CDC talked about that there were going to be
zombies. The CDC had talked about there being zombies, and we didn't know what they were talking about. So if you understand what a Borg is, a Borg was a zombie. That's what it was. And they were controlled by a central brain, a mother Borg, and basically you can call it the AI. This is, in my opinion, what they want for the mark of the beast. And I'm going to prove it to you that we are at that stage. We are at the stage of the arrival of the mark of the beast. It's just a few months or a few years away at least. But yes, that's what they want. Exactly, Vincent. Drones. And that's what they were called, drones. All of the Borg that served the hive, basically, they were drones. And this is what they want for humanity. Satan doesn't want you to have any free will. He doesn't want you to have free will. He wants you to be a drone. Now, understand, yesterday, I showed this video about Glimpse and how they had all these marks on them. And some people was asking, what happened at the end when the girl ran off? Well, yeah, I believe she stole his car. But I'm not going to show the whole thing, but I'm just going to show you a little right here. All right, notice on his face, right? He has these wires or these tattoos on his face.
It is.
Right?
You like it?
This is the mark on the forehead.
Level 5 autonomy?
So they're going to try to make it where it is trendy, right? And a lot of the kids are going to fall for this because this will be the mark of the beast. And some people are going to disagree because they're going to say that it is the mark in the forehead. I'm going to show you where what they're showing you is what the Bible's talking about. What they're showing you is what the Bible is talking about concerning the mark of the beast. So let's look at this. So remember, no one will be able to buy, trade, or sell unless they have the mark, his name, or the number of his name. We're going to talk about that again as well.
So what the Moray is trying to let you know, families, is that whatever happens in the physical has already done happened in the spiritual, family. So what happens in the spiritual has to happen in the physical, families. Families, this is dealing with worship in the spiritual. That's another mark of the beast. It's dealing with worship. It sits there and says those that have his name, worship the number, and the image. You know what I'm saying? There's 3 stages of that, families. So we must understand that's what the Moray is trying to tell you. That there was wars in the heavens first, and these demons need a living, warm vessel that is walking around to do some evil deeds, families. I mean, I'm talking about straight going off. All the way off. That's why they targeting the young. Yeah, I mean, the youth already asked Alexa and Siri all types of stuff. Play this song, and Alexa would do it. Boom. Whatever song that come up, man, they tell Alexa to do something, man. Alexa is going to do it. Let's go.
Well, we're also going to talk about the mark on the forehead, which is what I was showing you. That tattoo is the mark of the beast. I'm gonna prove it. All right. This is the future plan for humanity. All right. So here it says, researchers' brainwave reading, temporary tattoo reads your mind and your moods. Controlling technology with our minds will bring about a revolution in computing and computer interfaces. And this new BMI Smart tattoo brings it into everyone's reach.
Pause. Why are these heathens always pointing out the mind, the consciousness, instead of what's pumping in the middle of your chest? Because they know that's where wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and the set apart Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, dwells at, families. That's that secret place that Yahuah was telling us about. That he will draw his son to you, so his son can draw us back to the Abba. That's that secret place. Why did these heathens always trying to point there instead of what's in the center of your chest? Mm-hmm.
One of the facts about exponential technologies is that over time they always increase in performance and capability, get cheaper to buy and produce, and of course become miniaturized. Take brain-machine interfaces, for example. In the beginning, they were bulky and massive, and in order to get the fastest and most accurate readings from people's brains, they needed to be invasive, and many still are, like these ones that are helping people with paralysis, controls from F-35 fighter jets. Or this one developed by Elon Musk's Neuralink outfit that wants to one day merge people with AIs together. See, so at some point, they want to merge you with AI, just like the Borg Queen. Over time, though, BMIs, like the ones embedded into HTC's VR headset, and the ones used to stream people's thoughts, thank you for the gift, have gotten more accurate in reading people's minds using non-invasive tech. And now, those large blue skull caps are about to be reduced to a sticker-like tattoo that's as small as a coin. Outside of SoundCloud rappers and professional wrestlers like the late Bam Bam Bigelow, head tattoos aren't something most of us encounter on a regular basis. But if researchers at Austria's Grace University of Technology and a couple of other European research labs have their way, that could all be about to change. Head tattoos may become the norm. Mind-reading, electro-sporting head tattoos. Before I get any further, though, no, the tattoos aren't permanent, which makes their utility even better. We use temporary tattoos like smart tattoos, or the ones for kids more and more today, says Francisco Greco, assistant professor at the University's Institute of Solid State Physics. In our new tattoo, we use the standard tattoo paper as a substrate and then print on top of it circuits made out of conductive polymer using an inkjet printer. The recipient sticks one or more of these adhesive tattoo electrodes onto their scalp. The tattoos can then be used to record high-quality electroencephalography, brain signals fresh off the scalp. In contrast to gel electrodes, there's no need for a liquid interface, and the tattoos cannot dry out. Even hairs growing through their ultra-thin membrane don't stop them from effectively performing their job. While the tattoo electrodes are not exactly visible, anyone shaved, bald, or sporting a small circuit board glued to their head has a funny habit of being conspicuous. They don't interfere with the wearer the way that a conventional EEG electrode headset might do. The fact that they could be applied and then forgotten about is one of their most exciting aspects, making them perfectly suited for longer-term measurements, and they stay on until scrubbed with soap and water to remove them. Greco's laboratory of applied materials for printed and soft electronics developed the first tattoo electrodes in 2015. The first use case of these adhesive transfers was to measure heart rate and muscle activity. Half a decade on, Greco and others have optimized the technology so that it can be used to measure brain waves every bit as effectively. The work was carried out alongside researchers in both France at the École des Mines d'Ingénierie in Italy. All right, so let's look at this video right quick.
In my research, I'm trying to build epidermal electronic devices that can be printed with organic materials. For doing this, we use this inkjet printer, and we print the devices on top of an unusual substrate, at least unusual for a device. We try to use temporary tattoo for kids for doing this stuff. This is the temporary tattoo for kids that is used as a toy, and you can apply this easily already on your skin by wetting the back part of this paper. And this will allow a layer to be dissolved and a very thin foil to be attached on your skin temporarily. In this case, there is a design of a dinosaur. Essentially, instead of printing a dinosaur, we print circuits on top of the same tattoo paper, and what we can produce is something like this. This is a 6-electrode array that is meant to provide an interface with your body through your skin to detect a signal from your body, like the activation of your muscle, what is called the electromyography, or the activity of your heart, that is called electrocardiography, or even signals from your brain. When you attach the tattoo on your scalp, you can get brain signal. So the material itself is the same as the tattoos for kids. On top of it, we can print these blue electrodes, and in this case, this is a conducting polymer which is printed with this printer, and this is an ink that is water-based. It's a biocompatible material. Then we have some interconnection that are going to this external connector, and here is the place where we place wires and standard, let's say, cables that go to a recording device which is external. What is the beauty of this approach? The nice thing is that you don't perceive these devices on your skin in the same way as you don't perceive a temporary tattoo on your skin. And this is
all right. So basically, it's a tattoo that's going to go on your head, and it's going to monitor your thoughts. It's going to monitor, any commands you send from your brain, any neurological impulses, right? So that's what we're dealing with here. So we're going to go on and look at the scripture concerning the mark of the beast. Okay, this is Revelation 13:16. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666, which is chi z stigma, which is to stick or to prick, denoting ownership, which also ties into the lollipop. As I've said in my other Mark of the Beast, my first Mark of the Beast video, the lollipop is basically the operating system that's being prepped on the computer. So you're the computer, and the lollipop is preparing you, those who survive, preparing you to receive signals from the interface, which is going to be the Mark of the Beast tattoo. And okay, so I'm gonna prove this, and we're gonna talk from about the forehead first, and then we're gonna talk about the right hand and forehead. Okay, so the word forehead in Revelation 13, verse 16, is the word metopon. The word forehead is the word metopon. Okay, the face. Now, one interesting thing is, when we read this, it says the space between the eyes and the forehead. But it doesn't just mean the space between the eyes and the forehead. As I showed you, it means the face, right? It's opposite the countenance. So I'm going to show you. Okay, Minister Taylor may not be able to make it, family, but if he does, he'll join us. So it's on the face, right? Now, pay careful attention here. All right, it's talking about the Strong's 3359, which is the eye, right? So as we continue, we're going to see that metapon, right, is the forehead is how it is referred to. But as we see here, it also refers to the eye, or here, literally. So if we want a literal translation, it is the space between the eyes or the forehead, right? But it's also the eye. Now, as we continue, right, remember, before we continue, remember, Seven of Nine had this by her eye, right? And the kids in the glimpse had the tattoo by their eye. So it's not necessarily a dot in the middle of the forehead. It could be a tattoo by the eye. And that's what we be seeing a lot of times in Hollywood is for the conditioning or the preparation for the mark of the beast. So, as we were saying, right, metapon, right, the forehead, the front, right, metapon, properly after the eye. Now, they say referring to the forehead, but if you take it literally, right, as we saw in the other Strongs, properly after the eye. Okay, this is a tattoo that is going to be around the eye, on the forehead. Just like we saw in the glimpse video, just like we saw with 7 of 9, around the eye. And it's going to be tied to technology. All right. So, as we continue, we see that there is the right hand or the forehead, right? They receive a mark on the right hand or the forehead. The right hand is the word dexios. Dexios. Right hand, right side. The right hand, right side. Now, here's the thing. It doesn't necessarily have to mean the right hand or the right side, right? Let me tell you why. Because in the feminine, it can mean the hand. So, some people may make the mistake and say, well, if I get the tattoo on my left hand, it's not the mark of the beast. Because the Bible says on the right hand or on the forehead. So if I don't have the mark on my right hand or forehead, then it's not the mark of the beast. No, it is. Family, can you all see this? Somebody says it's blurry. If it looks okay to you, please hit a 1. If not, hit a 2. If it looks okay to you, please hit a 1. Okay, thanks. All right, so in the feminine, dexios means hand. So I'm going to show you that what it looks like happening here. I would say if you're having problems seeing it, use a different browser. Pensilola, use a different browser. Same thing with you, Taylor, use a different browser. Sometimes I notice that is the issue. So, dexios in the feminine means hand. So the point I'm making here is that the mark of the beast can go on any hand, not just the right hand. I'm going to make my case as we go. We are in perilous times, family. We are. Perilous times. All right. The Greek word dexios, found 54 times in the New Testament, most frequently in Matthew 12 times, Mark 7 times, blah, blah, blah. Y'all can see all that, right? The Greek adjective dexios meant right, right? The adjective described the right hand, the right side. Yeshua spoke about the right eye, the right hand, the right cheek. Exalting the right hand or side is rooted ultimately in the dominating role of the right hand as the one that is normally more active and thus more adroit and more powerful. Okay, so my point is that it's the dominant hand or forehead. Now I'm going to show you why I believe that it's not exclusive. The mark of the beast is not exclusive to just the right hand. It can go on the left hand as well. I'm going to show you why.
Strong's G 5495. Higher. Higher.
I'm sorry, family. I forgot to unmute it. My bad. So here we have another word for hand. So let me go back here. So in Revelation 14:9, right, it says, and receive the mark in his forehead or his hand. It is not the word dexios as we saw before. It's not the word dexio. It's the word kayer. It's the word kayer. So it's not dexio. All right. So perhaps from the base, in the sense of its congener, the base, through the idea of hollowness for grasping. All right. So as we look through, it says, by the help or agency of anyone, by means of anyone, applied to God, symbolizing his might, active power, in creating the universe, upholding and preserving. God is present, protecting and aiding, and punishing and determining, controlling destinies of men. All right, so it says here, kayer, perhaps from the base, in the sense of congener base, right? We went through that already, all right? Literally or figuratively, power, especially by Hebraism, a means or instrument, a hand. So it's any hand, as we see in Revelation 14, right? It's any hand, right? Now, it says here, genitive, accusative, at the end, the root meaning to lay hold of, right? The hand, okay? So we saw with dexios, there was the option of a feminine use of the word, right?
Pause. So one more, right? Hey, King Will I Am, I see you in the building. I keep shalom, shalom. May the Most High Yahweh always hold you, got you, bless you, keep you and protect you. Aki, it's good to see you, King. All praise to the Most High. All praise. Hallelujah. Yahuah, Yahushua. Let's go. All praises. All right, family. So what the Moray is trying to let you know, family, is that when you read the scriptures where it sits there and says that the son should be sitting on the right hand side of his father, that's literally, he's talking about his right hand is standing for authority, rulership, and power, y'all. His might, his strength. He's going to use his son for that. And he's going to revenge his son's death as well. as well as the prophets as well. So these are beautiful things, man. These are beautiful things, families. So families, I'm going to take y'all to a song, soothe your soul for a second, and then we finna to go to some more information. This is finna be deep. Let's go.
I just pray for patience, for real. And this truth, you're gonna be tested. There's no way out of it. And I just pray for patience. Lord knows I need it. We all set goals, and some days we never reach them. Lack of discipline that had you tossed with the wind. We all pray for shade, feel that breeze coming in. Them days I feel stressed, though we closer to our rest. Pressure weigh a ton, I push that bar up off my chest. Being humble is the key, and the Lord give you access. Trying to hide your sin, know the Lord does a bad check. No cowards in the truth, praying that we lose. Middle finger to the world, suckers never had a clue. Watch the company you keep, everybody ain't sincere. Don't credit too soon, you know Satan will appear. Stay strong in the Lord, if you slip, keep your balance. Get your core right, you know, exercise good habits. Look a hater in the eyes, can see they soul rot. They really sense greatness as they jockey for your spot. Keep your mind right, focus, never be the fool. Study hard, keep the loss, always play it cool. Never show the hand you dealt, keep that poker face. They like to play on your emotions, stand back and watch the fate. You ain't gotta trip, hold tight, be a soldier, know you strong in this mic. And I just pray for patience, never ever let them see you down, wipe them tears while you fighting for your crown. And I just pray for patience, you ain't gotta trip, hold tight, be a soldier, know you strong in this mic. And I just pray for patience, never ever let them see you down, wipe them tears as you fighting for your crown. And I just pray for patience.
Let's go, Yahuah.
Falk may have experienced the most profound effect. He was a graduate student when he interviewed the former slaves, including the two women you hear in this broadcast. Himself interviewed just before he died in 1979, Falk was going on about how he believed in giving blacks the right to go to school, giving them the right to vote, giving them the right to go into anything they qualified for. And then he said he experienced an epiphany.
I was sitting out on a wagon tongue with this old black man, and was telling him what a different kind of white man I was. I remember him looking at me very sadly and kind of sweetly and condescending and said, you know, you still got the disease, honey. I know you think you're cured, but you're not cured. You can't give me the right to be a human being. I'm born with that right. Now, you can keep me from having that. If you've got all the policemen and all the jobs on your side, you can deprive me of it. But you can't give it to me, because I was born with it just like you was. And my God, it had a profound effect on me. I was furious with him. But the more I reflected on it, the more profoundly it affected me. And I realized this was where it really was.
Tell you the truth, when I think of it today, I don't know how I'm living.
I remember that just as well. Look like to me, I can.
Been slaves all our lives. Mother was a slave, sister was a slave, father was a slave.
They know that's my reason right there. All that I know, they teach you to mind your master and your missus. Mom them didn't know where to go. She after she go, just like you turned something out, you know. Didn't know where to go.
They are haunting voices from the past, not actors reading a script or scholars reading a text, but the actual voices of men and women, Americans, who were born in slavery.
My name is Fountain Hughes. I was born in Charlottesville, Virginia. My grandfather belonged to Thomas Jefferson. My grandfather was 115 years old when he died. And now I am 101 years old. Some people didn't have no beds when they were slaves. He won't slip on the floor. Patted here, patted there. Just like a lot of wild people. We didn't know nothing. Didn't like looking no book.
Harriet Smith, remembering what she saw as a small girl during the final days of the Civil War.
He said, I stood on that picket fence all day long seeing them soldiers going back to Silent Zone to different places. Colored soldiers in droves. Went right along by our home, a two-story house, the white folks.
These recorded memories were among thousands of interviews done with ex-slaves in the 1930s and 40s.
Can you remember slavery days very well?
Of course, I remember all our white folks, all the names of them, all the children. Call every one of the children's names.
Who did you belong?
Jim Bucket, the baby boy.
The results of these digitally enhanced recordings are arresting, almost unbelievable. The idea of hearing the voices of actual slaves from the plantations of the Old South is as powerful, as startling really, as if you could hear Abraham Lincoln or Robert E. Lee speak. Listen again to Fountain Hughes, who was born in 1848.
We were slaves. We belonged to people. They sell us like they sell horses and cows and hogs and all like that. Have an auction bench, and they put you up on the bench and bid on you. The same as bidding on cattle, you know.
Much of what these three former slaves say may at first seem unremarkable. Much of what they say may surprise and upset, and their calm demeanor is at odds with the evil and violence we associate with slavery. Here is 91-year-old Texan Laura Smalley talking in the 1940s about the outcome of a tussle between two women, one black, one white, one slave, one mistress. The mistress tried to slap the slave, but the black woman pushed her into a chair. Laura Smalley was a girl at the time, but she remembers vividly what happened to the black woman when the master came home.
But I think that old woman carried in the peach orchard and whipped her. And, just tied her hand this way, around the peach orchard tree. I remember that just as well, looked like to me, I can. And round the tree and whipped her. Well, she couldn't do nothing but just kick her feet, just kick her feet. But it just had her clothes all down to her waist, It didn't have her plumb naked, but they had her clothes down to her waist. And every now and then they'd whip her, and then snuff the pipe out on her, snuff the pipe out on her. The embers in the pipe, where you ever see the pipe smoking.
Blow them out on her?
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord, have mercy.
The plantation on which Smalley was a slave sounds brutal. She recalls scrambling with other children for food from a huge wooden tray, like a hog trough.
All of them, would get around that tree with spoons and eat. You could sit it like mush or soup or something like that. And all them children get around there and just eat.
Fountain Hughes tells his interviewer about the relentless round of work for him on a Virginia plantation.
The night never come, though. You had nothing to do. Time to cut tobacco. If they want you to cut all night long out in the field, you cut. And if they want you to hang all night long, you hang your back. It didn't matter about your tired, being tired, you're afraid to say you're tired.
It was cotton, not tobacco, that solidified slavery, though. The invention of the cotton gin at the end of the 18th century made its processing easy, but the crop still needed enormous amounts of unskilled labor. Control of the slave and his labor through laws and regulations became paramount. Fountain Hughes talks about one of those controls, the pass system.
Now, I couldn't go from here across the street, or I couldn't go to nobody's house without I have a note or something from my master. And if I had that pass, that was what we call a pass. If I had that pass, I could go wherever he sent me, and I'd have to be back. Whoever he sent me to, they'd give me another pass, and I'd bring that back, so to show how long.
Even emancipation didn't truly free the slaves. Freedom freed slaves for more travail. The end of the Civil War found many cast adrift without skills and no place to go. And the Yankees who freed them weren't always seen as benevolent liberators.
I remember when the Yankees come along and took all the good horses and took all the sold all the meat, flour and sugar and stuff out in the river and let it go down the river. And they know the people wouldn't have nothing to live on, but they done that.
The ex-slaves left one hell for another, perhaps an even more dangerous one. No longer property, they didn't have the protections afforded property.
When we were slaves, we couldn't do that. See? And if we got free, we didn't know nothing to do. And my mother, she hunted places and bound us out for $1 a month. But we didn't have no property. We didn't have no home. We had nowhere, nothing. We didn't have nothing on it. Just like cattle, we were just turned out and get along the best you could.
In Texas, the slaves weren't told they were free until 2 months after the war ended. Smalley remembers that her masters gave the slaves a dinner, and then they were free.
I don't hide the other side of the folks know freedom. We didn't know. They just thought, just feeding us, Them didn't know where to go. You see, after freedom broke, just like he turned something out, Didn't know where to go. But just where to stay. Didn't know where to go. Turned us out just like, you turn out camp.
In the narratives, the slaves used an interesting phrase for the end of slavery. They say, when the break came. Good times, easy times were not at hand. The trials for millions of black Americans didn't end in 1865. They continued. Laura Smalley and her family became sharecroppers. Harriet Smith's first husband was killed by whites during the Reconstruction, probably because of his political organizing. Fountain Hughes went north to Baltimore and worked in numerous jobs, including hauling manure. Not an enviable job, but it was.
MJ with the heat. Armo made that shit wavy. The devil tryna take my mind. I've been doing fine. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, he been on my line. Can you take this pain away? Talk to my knees, I need to pray. My flesh and heart might really fail. Keep my faith in y'all, cause I ain't tryna go to hell. I'm waiting on the Father, having patience like a snail. Keep my faith in y'all, whatever happen is your will. I be going through it, but I tell them all is well. Nobody told me that the road would be easy, and I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. Nobody told me that the road would be easy, and I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. The devil tryna take my soul, no way I will fall. You can try it in that fire when you know you real gold. Most I might be testing you like he did when he tested Joe. I know all this be stressing you, just hold on, don't let go. Keep your faith in all my legacy and never leave side. The most I send a jury in, man, I'ma catch a ride. I respect the Father, cause I know he never lied. Got me out of situations, knew I could've died. You know how it go, we don't never listen till we drop it in the flow. We be calling all your name when everything be going wrong. Right now I'm going through it, but I'm still making this song. Tiana right up on my side. I'm just trying to show her how to please the Most High. I care about your soul, where you going, where you die. We on the right path to the kingdom, ain't no lie. The commandments see the spirit, I'll be pleasing in his eyes. Nobody told me that the road
Most High always hold you. God bless you, keep you, and protect you. Much love, respect, salute. Let's go.
Nobody told me that the road would be easy, and I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. Nobody told me that the road would be easy, and I don't believe far to leave me.
Let's go, Yasharal. I got one more for you, family. So I got one more before we get to some more information. Let's go. No, let's play two more joints. Let's play two more joints.
I praise to the Most High Yahuah. Let's go.
And Khan, joking animal. My brother sit there and said being a battle action weapon of war. Aki. Let's go. Let's go.
We be speaking life while they be speaking death. That's the code. While they tossing out their morals, we still on this righteous road. We be one, we the army of Yahuah, and it shows. We gon' heal everything you thought to kill, and that's the goal. Let my people down, bound in gutters facing woes. For Yahuah just standing solid, this foundation never falls. Look around and see my people down. Sometimes it hurt my soul. It piss me off to see my brothers out here selling to their own. Rape a child, cause you a broken child that never healed your soul. Selling rocks to your brother daddy for that money flow. Because your daddy was a fiend and you ain't know how you should cope. Heart cold, man, I understand that's not the way to go. It's a better way, conclusion for a change. And a better day, a smiling child, mother in the home that you ain't take away. Human traffickers, man, they get so sad how they be doing it. Silly rappers out here promoting in they song industry pimping them. I'm like, yeah. It's a better day coming soon. It's a better day coming soon. It's a better day coming soon. Better day. Why so personal? Cause it's true. What if it was you? You lost your babies to the streets. Bet you won't step up in this shoe. What if you was us? A broken nation. This right here no bluff. You think you tough till you get bust. The life we live in know is rough. Don't understand. They don't get the plan. We keep his commands. We trying to get our people out the gutter. Stand on rock, no sands. Walk his bands. This is our plan. We the righteous clan. We won't settle for having a block. We trying to get the land. Wanna go back home to Jerusalem. Kneeling at your throne. Sing a song just to give you hope. Back against the road. Screaming come when the world come and try to tell us no. You got worth, understand your purpose. So go and do the work. It's gonna change cause the Father looking down on all your pain. He ain't forgot about you, so just keep on living, man. Just keep your faith up in the King and we gon' make it through. They don't wanna see you rise, but Father gonna give it. I'm like, yeah. It's a better day coming soon. It's a better day coming soon. It's a better day coming soon. Better day, better day.
Man, that's my joint right there. I be trying not to wear that one out right there, family. I be playing that one a lot when I be at work. It's getting turned up, man. Alright, let's go. All praise.
Better days are coming. Better days are coming. Better days are coming.
Hey, King. Hey, Con on that joking animal. Con, Con, King. Hey, at first, when I first heard this song, man, when I got in the truth, I was like, this brother right here is going off. You hear me? I got another one for you too, King. I got another one from you from this brother right here. He's real powerful to me. And this man, he's powerful, man. He be prepping and everything. For a matter of fact, let's go to him right now, King. Let's go. But the song that I want y'all to listen to on this one is this joint right here goes in, man. He be going in on this one, man. So
You want the truth, I give you the truth. The truth is in you, I give you the tools, but it's up to you to put them to use. What you gonna do? You got nothing to lose. You wanna be free? Follow my lead. I am a light. I got the keys. Get ready to fight. Get ready to bleed. Stuck in this prison. What do you see? A couple of lions ready to eat. They ready to kill. Licking their teeth. These are the beasts you have to defeat in order to come out of captivity. Conquer the self. Raise the Christ. 33 steps to light up the mind. Your body's the art that you gotta build in order to heal. I tell you no lie. My people are hurting, so I made it my business to take a trip down to hell and pay that devil a visit. I had to put a face with all these stories that I've been hearing. What do you know? To my surprise, God threw me a mirror. OMG, this can't be. When I look, I see me. I asked God, what do this mean? I'ma tell you what he told me. Remember when you was a kid in those cartoons, you would see an angel on the right, a devil on the left, and in between was the one who made the choice to do right or to do wrong, proving that good and evil was inside of you.
This
all
my
alone.
joint, man.
The devil is a personification of you and your lowest nature. Beat that look off of your face. This ain't no ish that I can make up. I hope I'm not losing you. I know this may sound
lost
new to
his
you, but the
keys,
kindness
man.
of this
Don't
and
give
this
him
making it
yours.
hard to get through to you.
But I saw that. I said that was fine. Hasatan lost his keys, families. Don't give him yours. Let's go.
I give you the truth is in you. I give you the tools, but it's up to you to put them to use. What you gonna do? You got nothing to lose. You wanna be free? Follow my lead. I am a light. I got the keys. Get ready to fight. Get ready to peace. This prison where you see a couple of lions ready to eat. They're ready to kill, licking their teeth. These are the beasts you have to defeat in order to come out of captivity. Conquer the self, raise the Christ. But if you still the light of the mind, your body's the art that you gotta build in order to heal.
Yahuah.
My people acknowledge, so I made it my business to take a trip up to heaven to pay my Abba a visit. I had to put a face with all those stories that I've been hearing. When I arrived, I saw him and all his angels that near him.
Let's go.
Said, son, I am you, you are me, we are one. I take possession of your body as soon as you overcome your desires are your fears. When your ego disappears, when you sacrifice your flesh to do right so you can live. I am you and your higher self. They can tell when they see the glow shining forth from your body. When you get up and go do the work, I use you to go spread love, peace, and light to the living dead so they can defeat the devil and seek to be one with me instead. I hope I'm not losing you. I know this may sound new to you, but the cognitive dissonance making it hard to get through to you. Get you uncomfortable, yeah, that's what I was sent to do. You want the truth, I give you the truth. The truth is in you. I give you the tools, but it's up to you to put them to use. What you gonna do? You got nothing to lose. You wanna be free? Follow my lead. I am a light. I got the keys. Get ready to fight. Get ready to peace. Stuck in this prison. What do you see? A couple of lions ready to eat. They're ready to kill, licking their teeth. These are the beasts you have to defeat in order to come out of captivity. Conquer the self, raise the Christ. But if you still the light of the mind, your body's the art that you gotta build in order to heal. I tell you no lie.
Hasatan lost his keys, Yahuah. Don't give him yours. That was fire. Let's go, man. Now we do it out here, families. Go on, Yahuah. Yeah. Man, that's my brother right there, man. That's my brother right there, man. Them boys be going off, man. Them ox be going off right there, families. Let's go. You know, I like to give y'all the information. You know, we love them jewels, man. Now, this is a beautiful daughter of Sarah, Rebecca, and Leah right here. This queen right here, families. This Ima right here, this Akti right here, family. This is sister right here. She dies in deep, man. Oh, yeah. She dies in deep. Now, this is a sister. Let's go. Hey, Khan on that, Aki. And, man, Khan on that. Come on, come on, joking animal. That's what I'm talking about, fam. That's why I be like, don't be afraid to put things out here on the stream, families, because it's meant for you to do that. You know, that's how I learned. You know, I started asking questions, and then you have your brothers and sisters that wasn't afraid to sit here and try to explain certain things to you, especially if you don't know no better. Let's go.
Depending on where you are, the moon looks different.
Yeah, Echo, y'all, that's my boy right there, King Khan, joking animal. Oh, you already know about him then. Let's go, let's go. Hey, King, hey, joking animal. Hey, I was sitting there trying to tell my brothers and sisters, man, like y'all, that's some music. I mean, Zion got some music out here, families, man. We got some real deal artists out here, man. You know what I'm saying? But they be overlooked. They underrated, man, because we too busy on the mainstream, families, and we don't be looking at the ones that are set apart. And he truly has set some people apart, families, just like us that's on the stream right now. You know what I'm saying? So stay obedient in this and be disciplined, families. Be in full discipline, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I love information. This sister right here, she finna get in deep, y'all. I do apologize about the static. She did let us know in the beginning of the video that something was going on, but that don't disregard the information that she's still finna bring out. Let's dive in deep. Let's go.
Conventional maps, and actually,
all praise to the Most High. Hallelujah. In Yahushua.
typically looks like this. And when we look at it, we can see that
Khan joking at him. It's sad, but true. Khan, King.
Right here.
Khan,
it's perfect, right? And north could be up this way and Polaris. When we look here, we see, of course, our familiar map of Africa, the man in the moon. And as I say in my video, this is the head of the owner of the earth. This is Hashem. The earth has the face of Yah imprinted on it. So when we do this and we move this face over top, we see the familiar face of Africa. The owner of the earth appears again, the image of Yah on his planet, or Hamashiach. And we see the whirlpool, the centrifugal force at the center of the earth, and he who sits above the heavens.
And the all eternal families, man, will use the four winds families to hold this earth families as a pedestal, the way he can land his feet on them families, and the earth shall be his footstool. These pedestals are the fourth winds, what we call directions: north, south, east, and west. Some people don't believe that all the continents, what they call a supercontinent, or aka Pangea, or if I'm saying that wrong, excuse me. But some people don't believe that all the land masses was connected together, families. They don't believe in that. That's why he said he's going to call his witnesses, the heavens and the earth.
Abraham, all the great forefathers. So this again is the back of the head, right? Africa. And this is North America. This is where the Azores are, where the land was divided. Now this up here is North America, very small. And right here, this is South and Central America, very small. And so if this is Africa, what is all this land here? All the way to here. Now this could potentially Russia, China, but there's a lot of excess land here that is unaccounted for. And so the witness of the moon is faithful. The witness of the moon is faithful, and it's faithful to the current maps that we have. Okay? And it is my opinion that these markings are times when Yah is invisible as far as the east is from the west, because what the west is determined for destruction. When we look at Enoch, there's all these descriptions of the waste place in the west where the stars didn't come forth in their time, and where the fallen angels are being overrun by rolling rocks. They're being burned up by rolling rocks. And that's in the west. It's hot and cold. And what did our description talk about on the earth, on the moon, the descriptions of the moon for beginners? It said that there was extreme heat and cold in the west. And so all of this is corresponding very well. So if we're looking at this map, this is North America. This little spot up here is North America. This is the West Indies. This is Gibraltar in here. This is Western Europe. And this is Northern Africa, going all the way down here. And this is Antarctica. And so when we look at the way that it's rendered on
Mercator's map, Antarctica, it's a whole face of a land, a white face of a land down here. And so this agrees much more with the azimuthal plane, Earth as a plane map of the Earth. And this is a faithful account. And even here, this is the perspective from Eastern Europe. Okay? And this was Yah's punishment on the face of Africa for Shem, for Israel departing from the law. And it's kind of interesting because these could also be proposed to be portals now that are in the earth. And look at these land masses that are between the two continents, going all the way up through the Azores. All the way up through here, there's still these land masses, and we see the land bridges. So let's take a look at that for a second. And of course, there's the sea of storms again, sea of clouds, sea of nectar, sea of fertility, all of this corresponding with Africa. And of course, we have to take the image and turn it on its side. And this is very much potentially where the enemy got the idea to make the earth into a globe. Makes sense? I think it does. Is this where the idea to make the earth into a ball came from? Let me take this image. Now this is an image, an older map, and you see in this portion here, you see water coming down from above from the center of the earth above, and this is even sort of an image of that, with the heavens up above here at the center of the earth, again confirming the same image. Now look at the size of North America, puny, this is all the West Indies, corresponding here with the Gate of Gibraltar, okay? But look, when we compare it to the witness of the moon, it's really small in North America and the area where the Gates of Gibraltar are. And there's quite the distance there. And so when we compare it to this map, we see that North America is very small. And there's the Gates of Gibraltar, the West Indies. Look at, this is South and Central America is very small as well. It's not quite as large. And we see Africa dipping all the way down to this outer realm here. Going all the way to the outer realm and touching it. Okay? But we see from the witness of the moon that Western Europe and Britannia, what they call the Hebrew Sea, so the Hebrew Sea, right? This all is much smaller than the witness of the moon. Now, as I said, the witness of the moon is fine, so that's this same area here. The witness of the moon is really much more accurate. And
man, I love that queen right there, families. Her name is Selena, family. She has the name of this channel is called Into All Truth, families. You as well can go to her this is her secondary channel. Her most powerful one, families, to me is Live Life Well. You know what I'm saying? Go check out your queen, man. Selena, she be going in, families. She be going in. Families, I'm finna take us to one of the is a powerful brother. I think he is live right now. And this elder right here, families, I rocks with him, man. I vibe with him, man. He be having a brother named it's over with, but he almost went over 4 hours, man. So I figured he might have still been live or whatever the case may be. So, but it's all cool though, family. It's all cool. But that brother be going, he be going in, friend. Moray Brand, families, be going in, families, and he bring everybody on, families, because you have people that have different opinions out there, families. But like man, before you start judging a brother out, man, or a sister out, man, hear the whole conclusion of the matter. Let that brother or sister prove their cause, families. Let them prove their cause before you just start just hopping on their case and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Hear the whole conclusion of it, man. That's why we was talking about holy yesterday. Not HOLY, but WHOLLY. Hamashiach says he come as the whole volume of the book. So we want the full entirety of it, families.
More Caribs from St. Vincent. Primitive methods. Caribs at home, it says, see? Print number 144. In a little bit so you guys can see clearly. Alright, can you see clearly? Alright, so before I start the video today, quick video, I'm going to continue with what we learned a little bit about, these pearl divers and how they were using American indigenous people as slaves, not anybody coming in from Africa at all. In regards to the story we were telling yesterday about the Lucayans and all that, and the Caribs who were being used.
Here we go. I'm tripping, y'all. It's Brother Yaki.
If I say something, it's not just happenstance, or if I'm saying something, it's not speaking out the side of my neck or speaking from my butt. I'm speaking from experience. Geographical location means something. Cosmic arrangement means something. Genetic disposition means something. You don't eat by bloodline. You don't eat by calories and people.
All right, pause. Man, this is Brother Yaki, families. He has been getting a lot of scrutiny, not only from, this the whole body of believers, man. Just because this brother is just sitting there, just examining scriptures, families, and he just reads to where that in the beginning with Adam, families, he don't believe that Adam was eating meat. He don't believe that. He believed that in the beginning, Adam was eating nothing but the fruits of the field, families, the herbs of the field. And a lot of us, just because in time it was required that we can eat meat. You know what I'm saying? But man, they just kind of knocking my brother off a little bit, man. But I love his point of view. I love his perspective and his insight of the scriptures, families. And I love what he's just trying to do for the people, man. I love that he's not being selfish, you know what I'm saying? But he's just bringing out all the studies and research that he comes out with, families. And he meditates in that, families. And he wait on the Ruach, families, man, to give him to solve it for him, man. And I love that about this brother. This brother is very patient. He don't do daily lives or nothing like that. He only come to us, families, whenever it's pleasing to the Most High, whenever it's required from the Most High. That's when he comes to us, families. Let's go.
Counting their calories and all this crazy nonsense. You eat according to the landmass where you or your ancestor was created from. And we're going to show you this. And if you really, really get into the physiology and the anatomy of the body, it is clear what we supposed to be eating. We don't have to sit back and guess. You don't got to meditate and twiddle your thumbs to actually come to the conclusion of what type of livid, not diet, but livid we're supposed to be on. Instead of being on this livid, we have adapted a diet, and that's the reason why we're dying, because we're eating foods that animals eat. We're eating foods that carnivores eat. We're eating foods that omnivores eat. We're eating foods that herbivore eats, and we're not none of them. Once we go through all of this different information, it's going to show you who you truly are. Physiology wise, when it comes to your brain capability, brain capacity, when it comes to your cosmic energy, your spirituality, the way you think, how your frontal lobe is developed more than everybody's but a dolphin. When you get down to everything that makes up a human being, you will see that the food that you need to eat to keep the energy inside of your body and to actually keep your spirituality intact with oneself. So if y'all ready to get everything started, y'all type in some 9s and we're going to dive deep into this, y'all. We're going to dive deep into this. We're going to dive deep into this. And you know what's crazy? Like if you look at these things, they don't even look the different, right? They don't look like it's a different. You know, right on the left, on the left you have a cougar. On the right you actually have a lion. And they're both called lions. One is called a mountain lion and one is called an African lion. These are both lions, but their diet is different, even though they're both carnivores. See, I'm not a liar either. I'm not a liar. They're both carnivores, but their diets is different. Not only is their diets is different, their genetic makeup is different. If you check their blood, if you check their DNA and their genealogy, it is different. One cannot survive in the winter and the other one cannot survive in the heat. You see that? One loves to be with a pride. One loves to be with socialism and socialize. The other one have to be by itself. One literally roars, the other one purrs. One climb trees and hunt, the other one stay low. One uses its might and its force and its strength to tackle its prey. The other one uses its speed. These are the same family. They're called lions. Same family, y'all. They're both Leos, but they do two totally different things, and they come from two different parts of the world. And according to where they come from on this geographical map, according to their geographical location, it depends on the true diet they have, they sociology, the way they think, their behavior, and everything else. I mean, this stuff is mind-blowing. So we can look out into the animal kingdom and we can look out into nature, right? And you can see this stuff and you can see it and you can say, that's true, that's a fact. You know, you can look at a bird, a parakeet, and see it eats nothing but fruits and seeds every now and then if you domesticate it. A tunica eats nothing but fruits. But then you see a vulture and an eagle and an owl and a hawk. They eat nothing but meat. Nothing but meat. Then you look at a hummingbird and the cousin of a hummingbird, and you see that eats nothing but sweet nectar, honey, sap, and stuff like that. So all of these are part of a bird family, but depending on the type of bird, just like all of us is a part of the humanity or the human race, but depends on the type of race, guess what's different? The diet. The diet, or what we're going to call the livid. Because when you eating what you was created to eat, it's a livid. But when you eat what you was not designed to eat, is a diet, because you would die from it. Because what you eat then eats you, and it eats you alive because it's acidic to the body, and you have a systemic blowback from it. Whenever you violate nature, you have to pay for it, family. And that's what I keep teaching y'all. Whenever you violate nature, you have to pay for it. So when you look out in nature and you see these things, why don't you never just sit back and say, dang, if this is so prominent and these facts are true when it comes to other mammals, why is this same thing not applied when it comes to this mammal called a human? Why is these same things or these same principles and the same fundamental structures, it don't apply to us, but it applies to everything in nature? Aren't we a part of nature? And this is just some thought-provoking things to start making y'all think, because I see that a lot of my people is stuck in their sensory senses. A lot of our people are stuck in their taste buds. A lot of our people are being controlled by parasites, parasitics, you know, low thought form frequencies, and they're not raising their frequency or activating that chakra, that especially that third eye and that throat chakra, for they're able to express themselves articulately and think, you know, non-biasedly, and not think from their root chakra, their sacral chakra, their solar plex, and just be all about the gut, all about the belly, all about busting a nut, all about doing all these reptilian minded or reptilian mammalistic brain things, and not thinking like the god and the goddesses that you truly is. Because once you really start thinking once you start thinking how you were made to think, you will say, you know what, Yaki, that actually makes sense. Let me put aside my ego, you know, let me put aside all this bull crap and this jargon that I done learned from the oppressor, and let me actually go into nature and just look at this stuff in a simplistic way, and you will come to the same conclusion that me and many others been came to for many years now. Now check this out, y'all, because it gets deep, man. It gets deep. It gets deep. Now, I done showed people a lot of this stuff a lot of times, but you know, with our people, you got to keep showing and keep showing and keep showing. All right, I'm talking about 3 foods. It is 3 foods on planet Earth that if you eat them and you make this a part of your daily diet, you can heal any disease inside of your body. You can heal anything. I don't care what it is, a so-called virus, which there's no such thing as viruses. I put something up on my Instagram where I wanted to show y'all, but I already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to show that on the live on my website. I'm not going to do it on my Instagram or on my platforms because I know they're going to shut me down because it's that powerful. I mean, it's that information is powerful, mind-blowing stuff. And I'm talking about straight up proving that viruses don't exist. I can prove it. I've been saying it. I've been showing y'all little pictures and fragments, but now I got the whole presentation done. I mean, and it's mind-blowing. You know, but if you want to get rid of that so-called illusion we call viruses, disease, all these other different type of things, osis, itises, all you have to do is stick to what you was created to eat, and it will reverse everything in your body, and it will resurrect the cells and cause cellular regeneration. You can grow back thyroids, you can grow back limbs, you can grow back anything that's teeth, you can grow back all these things that you got. Your permanent teeth fell out. One would not grow back. If you stick to this diet, yes, it will. Things grow back. Gums actually regenerate themselves. Them receding gum lines come back. The enamel grow back. All these things grow back. You just are eating your way into death. You're eating your way into deterioration, and you're not eating your way to life, to living things that's going to regenerate, things that's going to rejuvenate, things that's going to restore. Let me show y'all. So if you actually start looking at these things, right now what we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. We're looking at 4 different species, right? We're looking at carnivores, omnivores, herbivores, frugivores, and human. Now we're going to have to be simple, y'all. Look, let's not think too hard, because healing is simplistic, okay? Healing is very, very simplistic. We do not have to make this hard. I'm not going to even use no big words or none of that. I try to make this stuff so easily overstood and understood and understood. It's crazy. So let's just take our minds out of this. Let's take all the complexity out of this and all of these different long jargon words and just look at this from a simplistic way, and it will make sense to you, okay? Now, when we're looking at the physiology of a carnivore, an omnivore, an herbivore, and a frugivore, we will have to ask ourselves which one closely do the human being assimilates. All right, now, the first thing I want to show is the physiological food is meat when it comes to a carnivore. When it comes to an omnivore, it's meat and vegetables. When it comes to an herbivore, it's grains and it's trees and it's foliage and grass and stuff like that. When it comes to a frugivore, it is simply major fruits, and it's a little bit of vegetables, and it's nuts and seeds. All right. Now, according to this theory, we're gonna call it a theory right now until we prove it. Okay. According to this theory, everything that's on a human will have to match one of these things for you to call this a carnivore. For instance, in order for a human to be a carnivore, it will have to walk on all fours. You see that? It will have its mouth must open very, very large. It will have to not chew its meat, you know, because carnivores swallow their meat. They don't have time to chew it. It will have to have long canines to actually rip into fur, rip into flesh. It will have to have claws for it can claw the big animal down and rip the flesh straight from the bone to eat it. It will have to have a very, very high amounts of acid inside of its stomach sac, hydrochloric acid and pepsinogen, which is at a 1.2 for it can burn up that gnarly protein and up that gnarly meat. It will have to eat its animals alive, not fully dead, because it needs the blood in it. Okay, it'll also have to have elongated but very, very, very short intestine, because that meat cannot stay in the body too long because it will kill the body. It will have to sleep at least 18 to 21 hours a day. If we're saying that we're carnivores, let me pull this off the screen real fast. If we're saying that we're carnivores, y'all, and we eat meat, it's cool for us to eat meat. We have to say we shouldn't be eating nothing else. We shouldn't be eating vegetables. We shouldn't be eating fruits. We shouldn't be eating grains or nothing there, because that's what carnivores eat. And then when you look at their mouth, they have long canines. We don't have those, meaning that you should.
Pause. King, joking animal, most definitely, Aki. I've been trying to learn that too as well, King, like putting the tags and stuff. So what I be doing though, is that the best way I know how to do it is that I show everybody their channel. I go straight to the source, and then I make sure you can see it. You got enough time you can see it where you can type it in, and then go show that love, subscribe to them. You dig? And that's the best way I know until I really get kind of computer suave and start learning how to do tags and put in links and stuff like that. I don't know how to do all that stuff. I'm willing to get help if somebody will teach me how to do it. So I never really try to learn because I'm really been trying to get into this word more than anything. You know what I'm saying? So how I be learning is when my elders be telling me to go, that's where I go. That's where I go. I don't ask no questions, no none of that. They give me the name, they tell me where to go. That's where I'm going. Let's go. And this brother right here, what he's doing, families, what Yaki is doing, families, is that he's not sitting there saying that you can't eat because that is a requirement. You can literally read that in scriptures. Only thing that he's bringing out, Yasharal, is that in the beginning, y'all, I believe that too. I believe that we ate nothing but like the fruits of the field, man. For real, we wasn't killing nothing, man. Didn't nothing die. And that's what he's bringing out. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's trying to bring out. You know, he ain't sitting here telling nobody to quit eating what is required for you to eat and put into your body. He's just letting you know that if you want to live long to at least that 119, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe if you could live to the 120, you ain't going to go past 120. You ain't going past that. The Most High Yah has that as written. You ain't seen nobody else that has went past 120 since then. So, you know, he's just trying to kind of teach us and show us the information, sources, references, and proof that we need, and try to back it up with scriptures just to show you, families, that there's an order, man. There is a order. You best believe that there is a order. And the Most High expect us to walk into perfection. He sits there and says that we shall be holy because he is holy. So there are things that we must relearn how to do. You know, you was made to do these things. You know, so that's what I'm learning from my elders in this hour for the Most High. Call his baby home. So before he call his child home, those that are older than me, my elders and my imams, my older imams, man, I know when to shut up and listen. Let's go.
Be able to go to your prey and just bite a chunk out of it, and you should have claws and talons long enough for you to rip the meat straight from the bone. Can you do that? No, you can't. And do you even have the short amount of intestinal and colon for you can pass that meat?
Pause. Now listen what Moray Yaki just said. Family, this is the $1 million worth of game for free. It's $1 million worth of game for free. For free. And families, he's teaching you about when you put certain minerals back into your bloodstream, back into your body, because you was made from the dust of the ground, families. You come from the exact same minerals that you eat, families. That you eat, nature itself, families. You're supposed to be ingesting this stuff back into your system. I don't think Adon was out there shedding blood like that, man. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe that he was actually literally eating the things that he was made of. The fruits of the field. Let's go.
Side of your stomach sac is the acid so low that it can burn and break this meat down within 18 hours. No, it can't. Do you eat your meat alive? Do you eat your meat with the blood flowing and gushing from it for you can get all the vital nutrients that you need from the meat? No, you don't. So we can say, y'all, we can say with confidence that we are not carnivores, all right? Now, when you move into an omnivore, now let's look at the omnivores. Let's see if we're omnivores, and then we're going to go slide by slide and break this stuff down because, you know, a lot of people is not just going to take this right here, and I know that because me, if I was a person that questioned everything, if I was an intuitive person and I wanted to know truth, I wouldn't take this simple slide right here. I wouldn't say Yaki is right. I need extensive research, so that's what we're going to do today. That's what we're going to do today. Now, when you go to omnivores, it says omnivores eat meat and vegetables. Your body is not designed to eat either, but this is just a theory. Let's just see. All right, you have to have 4 paws. Do you have paws or do you have claws? No, you don't. You don't have claws. You see that your mouth will have to open very, very large because you have to break down bone. You have to digest all types of different calcium and all of that. The acid inside of your body have to be so hot that it breaks down bones. It is able to break down teeth and everything because, I mean, I can show y'all some videos of these omnivores and of these carnivores eating things that I know for for a fact that you can't even pass through your digestive tract, showing you that your physiology is different, meaning that your food will be different. Your geographical location is different, showing that your behavior and your food is different. Things that make up your whole entire body is different, showing that your food is different. Alright? Y'all see that? Do y'all see that? And then when you look at the lateral sizes on theirs, look, the same lateral sizers and the same canines, which you do not have. The human is all the way over to the right. Do your teeth look like the first two? Your teeth don't look nothing like a carnivore. Your teeth look nothing like an omnivore. Your teeth don't even look nothing like an herbivore, but we're going to get to that. You see that? You see that? And then the renal secretion. If you even look at the renal or the kidney secretion, in order to filtrate these things out of the body, the veins is the size of my thumb. Well, look, let me show y'all something. When you look at the veins inside of these felines, these carnivores and these omnivores, their veins, their vascular system is the size of my thumb, because they have to pass through all of them big proteins through their bloodstream, because that's what they survive off of. They digestive tract go through something called putrefaction. Your digestive tract go through something called fermentation. You see that putrefaction is the rotting of flesh. You can't have putrefaction inside of your body because it starts gluing your cells together. It literally starts clunking your cells together, and it creates all types of carcinogens, and these are cancer mutating cells that creates tumors in your body, because mucus start mixing with other modalities in the body, and the body cannot regenerate or rehabilitate itself. So you sure can't do that. Let me turn my phone off real quick, y'all. So you sure can't do that. So the more and more we start going through these different animals and these different processes, it's going to show you what you're supposed to be eating, y'all. And I'm not making this stuff up. If this stuff is making sense to y'all so far, type in some 9s and we'll keep it going. If it's making sense so far, type in some 9s and we'll keep it going. And what I mean by animals, I mean animal product, period. If dairy come from animals, you shouldn't be eating it. If it comes from an animal, it should not go in your mouth. Alright, if it comes from an animal, it should not go in your mouth. Yes, you're eating things that is decomposing in your stomach. Staying inside of your stomach sac so long that it starts rotting away, killing you, becomes very acidic, and this is what breeds or birth all types of different parasites. If y'all need to see how parasites are born from within the body, just go back to my last video on here where I talks about how parasites is killing us all. And guess what it comes from? It comes from us taking on a carnivorous lifestyle. It comes from us taking on an omnivorous lifestyle. Alright, and we're going to talk about the herbivores too. Because are we herbivores? Let's get down to it. By the time we get off this live, we should know what we supposed to be eating. Alright? Okay, we got 9s. We got 9s. Now let's go to the herbivores. Look at the herbivores and look at these teeth. Do your teeth look like an herbivore? Do your teeth look like a lamb teeth? Do your teeth look like a horse teeth? Do your teeth look like a cow teeth? Do you stand on all fours? Is your back elongated, or you an upright man? Or you supposed to be pulling, picking, and plucking? Or you supposed to be on all fours on cloven feet all day, eating grass and eating hay, eating grains and things like that, showing you that grains is not your food. I know we don't want to hear these things, because look at their teeth. Even their front teeth look like their back teeth. Inside, when you start looking at herbivore teeth, every teeth in their mouth is a molar, because they have to grind all of their food. See, we chew our food. Now, we do have a couple of molars in the back for grinding once the chewing's done, but all the herbivore do is grind. Now, why do the herbivore have to grind? He have to grind his food because he's dealing with something in his food that is very, very tough to break down, and that is called cellulose. And this is what cellulose look like. And what cellulose is, it is a hard fiber made up of sugars and made up of polysaccharides. It's a fiber. It reminds me of the myelin sheaths of a nerve. You know how you have a myelin sheath? The myelin sheath cover up every nerve ending. That way you can't penetrate the nerves, and that's why when herpes set in is when the myelin sheaths have went away, dementia, and all these other different types of syphilis. It's when the myelin sheaths have been wearing away. Now the parasites can come in and live amongst the nervous system because the myelin sheaths become weak. This is what cellulose look like. Look at all of this different detailed complex fiber that is deeply woven together. Your stomach cannot break this down. Your stomach, the hydrochloric acid inside of your stomach is not even hot enough to break this down. Now, if the hydrochloric acid is not even hot enough to break this down in your stomach, and this is a herbal plant, this is what you would call a vegetable, then it damn sure ain't hot enough to break down a complex bean or a complex grain. It damn sure ain't hot enough to break down on meat, which is a polypeptide, which is one of the strongest complex amino acid structures in the world, and that's what you call animal's flesh. Your body can't even break this down, so how is it going to break these things down? And that's the reason why, and you will see who the herbs are for. See, fruits act as an herb to us. Fruits cleanse us. Fruit hydrate us. You see that? Herbs is what cleanse and hydrates the herbivores, or what you call the cows and the bulls, the buffaloes, and all of those. But if we have a disease that's too gnarly and that's too progressive, you know, and we haven't attacked it quickly to get rid of it, then we have to switch to the herbs or the herbivores, because that is like a tranquilizer to us. It'll go in and all the fibers in it will cleanse and purge our body. It pushes against the cells of the body, and then the cells pushes back against the herbs or the electrical magnetic frequency from the herbs, and from that pushing and them pushing each other, what happens is a cleansing come from it, and it starts to push all of the cells out. It starts to push all of the toxemia out of the cells. So that's what herbs do. But herbs are really not your diet. Herbs is just for cleansing you. What heals you is the actual fruits. Herbs don't heal you. Fruits is what rehabilitate. The body truly heals itself. What herbs do is purge the body, because herbs are toxic to you. Whenever you take something that's toxic, your body has a purging effect. Your body is reacting from it. The same thing if you drink.
Pause. I love why he's always using fruits, families. You shall know them by their fruits, families. He's going to judge you by your fruits, families. Characteristics, families. Abilities, attributes. You know what I'm saying? You can make wine dealing with fruits, families. When you smash the fruits together, and they taste good as well. They are very sweet to your mouth. A sweet taste. Come on, Aki. Let's go.
Alcohol. As soon as you get drunk off alcohol, the first thing you do is what? Throw up. That's why if you take my 3 bitters, the first thing you do is what? Throw up. The day you wake up from being drunk from that alcohol, or you got food poison, what you're doing? You're pooping, you're throwing up, and you're peeing. You're urinating and defecating everywhere. Isn't that the same thing that's happening when you're taking the herbs? It's the same effect. We just been pushed, you know, the herbs does this, herbs does this, herbs does that. No, herb is plunges the body. That's what herbs do. And that's why when you go into the book of Genesis chapter 1 and 29, it tell you that the fruits yielding seed shall be meat unto you, and the herbs shall be for the healing of the nations. So the herbs is what's going to purge the body, but the fruits is what's going to heal you, going to rehabilitate the cells. So are we frugivores or herbivores? Let's just see. Let's just see. And I hope this stuff is making a whole lot of sense to y'all. And then we're going to open up the phone lines, and I want to hear y'all thoughts on this stuff too. I mean, these things are facts. I done proved this stuff time and time again, y'all. So, I mean, I done proved this stuff over and over and time again. So let's just look this up again. Let's pull it back up. You know what I'm saying? And look, let's take our time with it. Let's see. Now, when you get to the herbivores, notice your teeth do not look like them. Now, let's go over to the frugivores. Now, if y'all see, let me blow this up, because I don't want none of y'all be like, nah, they don't look right. Now, what teeth does the human assimilates the most? The frugivore, which is the primate, which is the silverback gorilla. This big old donkey here, which is the herbivore. This I don't know, look like a wildcat. This wildcat here, which is the omnivore. Or this tiger in the background, which is the carnivore. Which one does the human teeth closely assimilates? The carnivore, the omnivore, the herbivore, or the frugivore? Y'all show me. Y'all look at this. Y'all selves take a time. Just sit back and look at this, and then you answer the question for me, and then we gonna keep it pushing. We gonna keep it pushing. We gonna keep it pushing. Do y'all see this? Which one? Look at the human, and then look at everybody else, the carnivore, the omnivore, the herbivore, and the frugivore. Which one do we look like the most? That's right, family. The frugivore. The frugivore. The frugivore. The frugivore. It makes all the sense in the world, family. Now, check this out. If this is not deep enough for y'all, let's keep going. Because I know a lot of y'all like to see to believe, okay? I know a lot of y'all like to see to believe. Let's start breaking these things down here. Now, look at this.
Pause. Man, that's a thumbnail right there. Gotta grab it. That's a thumbnail right there. I gotta get it. Best believe that. I gotta grab that. For a matter of fact, I might use that as an avatar, man. Let's go, man. All right, now, families. Hey, Con King joking. Now, man, let's go. Hey, this stuff is interesting, bro. I be learning for real, bro. I really, really do, bro. Yeah, hey, that's what the elders say when he mean about being meekful. Now I see why the prophet Apostle Matthew said that and says that the meek shall inherit the earth. I understand that now. You know what I'm saying? You have to be very humble, man. You know what I'm saying? Being reborn again means to be retaught again, families. You got to rethink yourself. Somebody will have to come back and teach you. Yep. You know, so I'm glad that Aki is bringing this out. Now check this out, families. When you look at things like that, it shows you a reflection of your own self, because you is your own worst enemy. Best believe that. Your thoughts, your mind can sometimes play tricks on you. You know what I'm saying? It truly can. You know, so you have to hate every false way, families. You have to hate every false way. Something will have to come and discipline you. You know, put you in full obedience and submission. I'm understanding that as well. You know, that's why I love about Morayaki and what he's bringing out, but he is getting hated even with the Hebrews, man. Even with the Hebrews, they still know talking about, oh man, well, it's written. He's not telling you what you cannot eat. He's just showing you certain things, man. That's all. That's it. Teach your kids this, because they showed and teach us this in school. Surely they're not. You know what I'm saying? $1 million, man, you know, it ain't even $1 million no more. This is $1 billion worth of game for free. Because if everybody was on the planet was doing this right here, families, man, it's gonna shut down a bunch of hospitals and some more stuff. A lot of people's not gonna get sick because they be healing themselves, families. They working on miracles within themselves, families. Your cells do regenerate themselves. They surely do. That's how you continue to wake up every single day. Your body will have to function properly, families. That's why that horse going to come with balances, families. It's dealing with the physical and the spiritual, as well as within inside of you as well, because the kingdom of Yah is within inside of you. You is the temple of Yah. That's why he sat there and says, in my house there are many mansions. He's talking about us. You is the temple of Yah. You know, so I be understanding these things, man. For real, I'm finna let my brother, man, continue, families. He be dropping some jewels. I'm just trying to tell my brother that actually call themselves a brew. Like, just you already know the circumstances, man, of what we be having with our own Christian brothers and sisters, and as well as people that don't believe. You know what I'm saying? Don't be pushing stuff on your brothers and sisters. Just show the sources. See if you can bag it up outside of the Bible. Then go back into the Bible to bag it up. And then, families, man, just try to prove your cause. You know what I'm saying? But don't push nothing on your brothers, and don't make something be a stumbling block to them. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Do you look like this? Is your tongue long like that for you can hurry up and pour? Look at that muscular tongue. That tongue is long like that, and them grids are on the tongue long like that for once these canines, or whatever you want to call these things, dig deep within the bone and rip the flesh from the bone. That tongue, that muscle is so long, and it got all these spongy things on the tongue for it can grab the food and hurry up and throw it down the throat, because it cannot be in the esophagus for too long because it's very acidic. You see that? You don't look nothing like that. And do you have the type of heart or to just go tackle that chicken that you love, which is unclean and a hybrid, by the way? Do you have the type of mentality to catch that chicken and just bite that chicken head off? To catch that chicken, don't cook it, don't put no flour on it, don't drain the blood, and just bite the wing off? I know y'all love chicken drums and chicken wings and chicken legs and all of that stuff. Chicken claw. Will you just go into a chicken coop, take that chicken and eat that chicken alive? Because guess what? That's what a carnivore would do. That's what an omnivore would do. You don't even have that type of mentality. That's the reason why you have to cook it. That's the reason why you have to put herbs on it. That's the reason why you have to put lemon pepper on it. That's the reason why you have to put paprika on it. Notice the things you're putting on it. You're putting all plants and seasoning these things because true in nature, you know that you're a frugivore and you take herbs when you heal. So you're subconsciously doing it to even make this meat even taste good, because you know that if you just, even if you cooking and don't put nothing on it, y'all call that white folk food. It's bland. It have no seasoning on it. You see that? So you can't even eat it cooked without the seasoning. You can't eat it unless it's seasoning, unless you got them herbs and them fruits on it. Which shows you what you truly are in nature. Shows you your geographical location. Shows you your cosmic arrangement, your genetic disposition. It shows you. It shows you. Now, do you have claws like these, or do you have fingernails? You see that? That is made for ripping into flesh. That is made for stopping a prey. That is made for ripping flesh straight from the bone. Then notice it's 4 of them. Then they got a hide one that sits all the way up here. You see that? Guess what we got? We got fingers. This is what we got, y'all. We got fingers. This don't look like that. This don't look nothing like that. Guess what this for? This is for pulling. This is for plucking. This is for peeling oranges. See that? Peeling tangerines. This is for pull, pluck, and peel and eat. You see that? This is for picking up seeds. This can this pick up a berry and eat it? Look, this claw right here can't go to a tree and pick a berry and eat it. This claw right here can't go to a tree and pick an apple and eat it, showing you that them apples and them berries are for another species of people or another species, period, and it's not for this carnivore, it's not for this omnivore. So I wonder who's the fruit for, because it shows not for him. His teeth, it's gonna be very hard for him to chew that apple from the way his teeth is structured. His nails and his claws, is gonna be very hard for him to hold these things because he don't have fingers. He have a paw with claws. It's going to be very hard for him to eat these fruits. So I wonder what species the fruit was left for. Just my question. Just a question. Just a question, family. Just a question. Now, when you really start getting into these things, look at the body and the physiology of it. Notice how it sits low. You don't sit low. You walk upright. Notice the tail. The tail is to make it straight and to make it pick up its speed when it's running. See that? The fastest man in the world can't even get up to what? 35 miles an hour? That's the fastest man in the world. What's that? 35 miles an hour? This thing get up to 50 miles an hour. 50 miles an hour. And I'm talking about pro athletes. Superhumans, 35 miles an hour. This thing get up 50 miles an hour. Notice how his hind sits up very, very high from his neck, because it have to crouch, because that's how it's built. It's built as a biological hunter. You're not built as a biological hunter. Guess what? In order for you to assimilate this thing, you have to get knives. Guess what you use knives for? The knives represents their claws. You see that? You have to get forks and all types of things. Guess what these utensils represent? Represents they long canine teeth. You see that?
Pause. So you remember, once again, I was telling you about that. I showed you this brother that was telling you about this secret covenant. These people are trying to mind twist your thoughts, families, and make you do other things that you are not required to do, family. They want you to do what they tell you to do, families. They ain't ask you to do nothing. They are telling you to do this, and you're going to do it one way or the other. You're going to do it one way or the other. Our other brother is trying to show you other ways, families, of survival. It's survival of the fittest out here, families. Only the strong go to survive, y'all. Only the strong going to survive, families. And he's trying to show you ways that when that time do come, you will be able to survive based upon the certain things that you see within nature that you come from, families. That you come from, y'all. Man, I love this brother right here, man. But families, man, we got to get to our class. You know, I got to get into our class session, y'all. So with that being said, families, man, we're going to play a couple music joints. I want to soothe your soul. Y'all go get y'all some water, some tea, and go and take yourself a little break. We're going to play 3 music joints, families, and then we're going to go straight into our spiritual class for today. I want to say that I love y'all. Those that came in the building to show us love, families, I want to say I love y'all. Yeah, we're going to eat today. I dropped off some wonderful gems, families. Y'all make sure that y'all go and y'all check that stuff out to its full entirety, y'all. Y'all need to eat all that in, y'all. For real. Yaki, man, families, he got about another 40-something more minutes to chop it up with y'all, families. And he dropped some gems in this video right here, man. Oh, yeah. Let's go, Yahuah. Yeah, Yaki dropped some gems in that one right there, man. Hey, no, we finna go to the lesson in a minute, though, King Joe. Hey, King, we finna go to the lesson in a minute. This lesson is gonna be super powerful.
Put it down, miracle broken, don't play around, yeah. They coming with the tribe like a pack of wild lions. Hungry for the Lord that day and they wanna try us. Baptize the boat, I'm in the stool, yeah. Still taking shots at the wicked, me go shut up. Pull up on invited me, roll up on Saints Blacker. Red rum, demons, they feel like blood clotter. Holy vibes keep me way up when I'm down. Been like a shadow on demons, man, I don't make sound. So if I the most I am, me stand my ground. All you devils talk too much, man, they so blabber mouth. Pull up on the wicked, say walk one boy. Man, me shuffle like cards, I'm on deck like yacht. Coming for the 7, you get shot. Man, me thinking devils great, that's the plan, that's the plot, yeah. Me got holy vibes if you wanna come and get sharing wisdom like wax with my family, me got plenty. Open up your heart, then you see, yeah, blessings come down, tree like running from the holy tree top. Holy Spirit lead me, pat out me way go. Holy Bible show me road map me way home. Sky you the limit if you looking for yacht. All glory in the presence of the most I got it, yeah. Chop it down, put it down. Miracle broken, don't play around, yeah. They coming with the tribe like a pack of wild lions. Hungry for the Lord that day and they wanna try us. Baptize the boat, I'm in the stool, yeah. Still taking shots at the wicked, me go shut up. Pull up on invited me, roll up on Saints Blacker. Red rum, demons, they feel like blood clotter. Me and my own son, demons can't kill me vibe, no. Speedy Gonzalez on wicked, they flow is nitro. Me in good hands like Austin, no Geico. Crazy for the Lord, I go lonely, Ben, I go psycho. There's a whole vibe, no, you feel me vibrations. Vibes come down from the heavenly places. Me still serving Christ, me not worried about a thing. Let the spirit sing, Bible of silent, man, let it ring, yeah. The temple lit bright, I'm a lighthouse. Yeah. Let praises sing from out of my mouth. Yeah. Let me go on and on for the Lord. Most High God, you got me, love me, won't forsake you. Me standing firm on holy ground, me can't be moved. My faith is strong like earth's foundations. I see what let the one that can chop it down, put it down. Miracle broken, don't play around, yeah. They coming with the tribe like a pack of wild lions. Hungry for the Lord that day and they wanna try us. Baptize the boat, I'm in the stool, yeah. Still taking shots at the wicked, me go shut up. Pull up on invited me, roll up on Saints Blacker. Red rum, demons, they feel like blood clotter. Chop it down, put it down. Miracle broken, don't play around, yeah. They coming with the tribe like a pack of wild lions. Hungry for the Lord that day and they wanna try us. Baptize the boat, I'm in the stool, yeah. Still taking shots at the wicked, me go shut up. Pull up on invited me, roll up on Saints Blacker. Red rum, demons, they feel like blood clotter.
Let's go to the next music joint, Yahuah. Let's go.
Some things you just can't let them take it from me. No matter how far they hand is reaching, no matter how persuasive they may sound or seem, it's just some things you can't let them take it. They trying to take everything from us. They want our hair, eyes, melanin, and culture. They want our necks tied to the tree for the vultures. They want our women, children, body for a sculpture. Look, they want our minds, they want our souls, they want us trapped. They want to experiment on us like we some rats. They want us deaf, they want us blind, they want us dumb. They want us begging on our knees for some crumbs. They know we kings, they know we priests, they know we royalty. They got them GMO Jews, call it forgery. They know that we the strongest on the land, what you saying? Powered by the sun, they know they can't, but we can. We the original man, let's get back to the original plan and get to original pain. See, we know the original God, let's beat the original odds. Cause in this world, America is a facade. That'll take it from me. No passion, but it's true, you can see it in my eyes. I side. I can't let them take it from me. No. See these demons lurking, so I'm about ready to slide. I can't let them take it from me. No. Passion for this truth, you can see it in my eyes. I can't let them take it. They wanna take our DNA and pump us up with vaccines. They want us docile and ignorant to their schemes. But I can see clear like a sniper with a scope. Ruach got me lifted, so I gotta stay afloat. They don't want us up, they want us down with no hope. But we got nicks, and as little do they know. About to do a big flex on the wicked with this righteousness. They gon' feel all the pain, even on the Vicodin. I'm so sick of it. Let's get rid of it. They plaguing the earth, and it's on us. Sitting here, watching them destroy us and discuss. Listening to them mock us and diss us. That's distrust. I can't take no more. Can't take no more. Can take it if you want, but I can't take no more. Man, I can't take no more. No, I can't take no more. Hey, you can take it if you want, but I can't take no more. Let them take it from me. No, passion for this truth, you can see it in my eyes. I can't let them take it from me. No, got that Ruach with me, I'm gonna keep it by my side. I can't let them take it from me. No, see these demons lurking, so I'm about ready to slide. I can't let them take it from me. No, passion for this truth, you can see it in my eyes. I can't let them take it from me. No, I can't let them take it from me. No, I can't let them take it from me.
One more join Yahuah before we go to our spiritual lesson for today. Let's go, Zion.
Get me out the spirit. Yeah, I feel them trying, but I stay in the spirit. I can't let nobody.
Cleanse me from my sin, purge me, wash me from within, restore me, create in me a clean heart, renew a right spirit in me. I stand here open with a contrite heart. I acknowledge my transgressions, my sins I laid before me. Cast me not away from your presence. Don't take your spirit away from me. Please show me the way to be. Cleanse me from my sins. Purge me, wash me from within. Restore me, create in me a clean heart, renew a right spirit in me. Even in my brokenness, I will be glad in you. Restore the joy of your salvation, Adonai. Yahuah, open up my lips, for my mouth shall show thy praise. Sacrifice you don't desire, but a broken heart of praise. I'm broken, cleanse me from my sin. Cleanse me from my sin. Purge me, wash me from within. Wash me from within. Create in me a clean heart, renew a right spirit in me. Still I give you praise, praise, highest praise, hallelujah. Still I give you praise, praise, highest praise, hallelujah. Still I give you praise, praise, highest Emmanuel, I give you praise, praise, highest praise. Hallelujah. I'm broken. Said I'm broken. Cleanse me from my sin. Purge me. Wash me from within. Wash me from within. Restore me. Create in me a new right spirit in me. Said I'm broken. Cleanse me from my sin. Cleanse me from my sin. Wash me from within. Wash me from within. My inward parts, yeah. Create in me a clean. Create in me a new heart. Spirit in me. Cleanse me from my sin. Blot out all my sins. Wash me white like snow. Wash me from within. Purify me like gold. Restore me. Give me a clean heart. Renew a right spirit in me. I'm broken. Cleanse me from my sin. All away, purge me completely. Wash me from within. I'm on my knees. I seek your grace. I'm broken. I'm broken. I acknowledge my transgression. Purge me. I accept your punishment. Your justice is righteous. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're worthy. Mighty. I'm broken. I accept your vision. Do what you want to do with me. I accept your way. So
Man, when I hear this joint right here, families, man, I be drifting, man. I drift, families. Let's go to our spiritual lesson. The meat of the word, family. This is my tribe. You can find more Ray Lawrence families over there at Rebirth of a Nation family. And the Augusta group, man, that Augusta tribe family be going in, families. When they worship, families, hallelujah, Yahuah in Yahushua. Hallelujah, Yahuah. And I love that, families. Our Alua families is he's magnificent, man. He's truly is, families. And this spiritual class right here, families, is going to be very powerful. They're going to hold a lot of meat in it, families. A lot of meat. Let's go. I'm going to play this joint until I get in the house because it's 6%, family, so we can put this on a charger. That way that when we go into our spiritual class, it won't cut us off. So let me play this joint until I go in the house.
Kids start, bills gotta be paid. Rent passed through, you tempted to go astray. Devil in your ear, got you question your faith. Telling you being saved ain't putting food on the plate. Miracles don't exist, what's the use of trying to wait. God ain't answered you yet, what's the use in trying to pray? Jesus said narrow and difficult is the way, and God said the righteous he'll never ever forsake. Satan laying traps, I pray you don't take the bait. This trial is a test and I want you to make an 8. God walked through the garden in the cool of the day, found Adam and Eve had been deceived by the snake. When he requested, Adam tried to shift the blame, said the woman you gave to me and I ate. Do right and I'll accept you. What God told Cain wasn't long after Abel was found slain. So many choices to make, so many paths you could take, but you in charge of your fate, cause Jesus showed us the way. Yeah, Jesus showed us the way. Yeah, Jesus showed us the way. I know it's hard to do right, so many thought day and night, but Jesus Christ is the light. I pray that you choose life. I pray that you choose right. I pray that you choose life. You got respect, your name is ringing bells. You got that check, your product is bringing sales. You ate that jaws, got locked up, you didn't tell. You left back out the same way you went in the cell. Ain't read your Bible to send up a single prayer. Pride got you content to just cruise your way into hell. Pride is what prevents you from seeking the man upstairs. Preoccupied with the opinions of all your peers. You hide it well, but I can tell deep down you care. So the bottom line, you ain't seeking God cause you scared. Scared you gon' lose respect, that's really your biggest fear. But when you burning in hell, I wonder will you still care. I pray that you choose life, little bro, you ain't got to die. This gangster image can't hide the fact you crying inside. What you looking for in others, you only gon' find in God. This is coming from your brother, quit hiding behind a lie. So many choices to make, so many paths you can take, but you in charge of your fate, cause Jesus showed us the way. Yeah, Jesus showed us the way. Yeah, Jesus showed us the way. I know it's hard to do right, so many thought day and night, but Jesus Christ is the light. I pray that you choose life. I pray that you choose right. I pray that you choose life. The Bible say for some bread, man will transgress. Rappers trying to reach a billion, my brothers dying for less. They catching bodies before they get hair on their chest. Never play basketball, but they shot nothing but net. Ain't thinking about chasing God, too busy chasing the check. Cause the devil paint a picture that's making life look like death, and it's making death look like life. Got them selling their souls twice, risk it all for the money. Gambling like some dice, just to hit up the club, throw it all like some rice. Then get put in a cell where they take away all your rights. It's nothing compared to hell where God took away all the ice. Can't blame them Chanel shades when he asked if you seen the light. Say you just trying to eat Jesus faster for 40 nights. You could pay a voodoo priest, or you could just do what's right. When someone offend you, you ready to take a life. But when you offend God, you think that it's something slight. So many choices to make, so many paths you could take, but you in charge of your fate, cause Jesus showed us the way. Yeah, Jesus showed us the way. Yeah, Jesus showed us the way. I know it's hard to do right, so many thought day and night, but Jesus Christ is the light. I pray that you choose life. I pray that you choose right. I pray that you choose life. Moses told the Israelites right before they were to enter the promised land, he said, I call heaven and earth as witnesses today against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both you and your descendants may live, that you may love the Lord your God, that you may obey his voice, and that you may cling to him, for he is your life and your length of days. Amen.
They know about you. They know where you are. Let's keep going. So, we're going to talk about the scapegoat. And we'll get into it. A dream that I thought that was just a dream, but then Yahuah started giving me these scriptures and I realized that it's not. Leviticus 16, 7 through 10. And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before Yahuah at the door of the tabernacle congregation. And Aharon shall cast lots upon the 2 goats. One lot for Yahuah and the other lot for the scapegoat. So what's going on with casting lots? How do you cast lots? What's the purpose of it? Make a decision. To see who's going to get what? Determine his will. Are lots predetermined? Nah. So the first thing we learn about these two goats is nobody knows which goat is which. Nobody knows. We either goat. It's not like, oh, this is the goat that's going to be cast out. This is the goat that's going to have to die. Nobody knows until the day declare it. Until the lots are cast by Yahuah, and then whatever the lot fall, that's who that goat going to be. And Aaron shall cast lots upon the two goats, one lot for Yahuah and another lot for the scapegoat. And Aaron shall bring the goat which Yahuah's lot fell and offer him for a sin offering. So that goat is going to have to die. Even the goat that's of Yahuah is going to have to die. But the goat which on a lot fell to be the scapegoat, he shall be presented alive before Yahuah. He's not going to die. He says to make an atonement with him and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness. So there's another text that talks about how he do it. So what happened is Aaron would go get that goat. They take all the sins of the whole camp and then lay the sins on the head of that goat. So that goat then has to go out into the wilderness bearing all that iniquity. Not just the sins that of one person, but the sins of the whole entire camp or the whole entire nation. So that's the reason why that goat can never come back. Matter of fact, it says, take a fit man and go bring him to the edge of the camp. So the concept is that take this thing out that's going to bear its own iniquity and never let it return. Cast it out forever. Forever. The other goat that the lot fall, he might be redeemed, but he's going to have to die.
He's going to have to present his body a living sacrifice because of mercy.
Right.
Because when the lots were cast, mercy was found on that goat.
Right.
So it's only reasonable that it presents his body a living sacrifice at that point.
So this is what we're dealing with during this time of atonement. It's a time of decision, a time of lots falling. This person being taken, the other person being left. One taken, one left. I mean, who talks about this? One at the mill, two at the mill, one taken, one left. Two in the bed, one taken, one left. Right? One is going to bear the iniquity of them all. The other one is going to have to die. Let's keep going. So that goat, it's called Azazel. Right? So people say Azazel. Right? Azazel. So the interesting thing is that Azazel or Azazel is considered to be in certain circles a demon. Right? You want to talk about that?
So Azazel was, or some people say Azazel, he was one of the chief fallen.
Right.
So he was the one of the ones who influenced men on how to do things in perversion of the knowledge of Yahuah.
Right.
So Yahuah said, bind up Azazel in the deserts of Dudan.
Right.
So the actual fallen Malakim, Azazel, is actually bound up by the archangels in the deserts of Dudan. But his influence and those who were subjected to Azazel, they still continue to run rampant in the earth.
Right.
Influencing and inhabiting people and having people running around doing things after the image of Azazel.
Right.
So, it's basically it.
So nobody knows whose Azazel is to the cast, the lots of cast. Azazel done went through the whole feast cycle. The whole feast cycle. Azazel has even been at trumpets. Go ahead.
So it's interesting because when the scapegoat is sent out into the wilderness. Azazel is bound up in the wilderness.
Right.
So it's almost like the scapegoat is actually sent out as an offering to Azazel.
Because it's a seed.
To his father.
Go ahead.
So this is what both Yiska and what Yassar were talking about in their teaching. So Yiska was talking about Yahushua being the prophet, the apostle, the pastor. He's not everybody's prophet.
Right.
He's not everybody's apostle. He's not everybody's pastor. That's why we were saying he's not everybody's evangelist. He don't bring the Basora to everybody.
Right.
It's not for everybody.
Right.
Some people are going to come around and it's not for them. And because genetically it's not theirs. And that's what Yasar was talking about.
Right.
How Yahuah has breeded out Azazel.
Right.
That's what this process is for. That's why it's by lot, because you can't tell what's in his genetics.
Right.
They might have a heterogeneous gene in there where they got a dominant and a recessive together. So you just seeing the dominant stuff. You just seeing them hopping and screaming in the assembly.
Right.
Azazel was a minister of light.
Exactly. But Yahuah knows the genetics on it. You looking at the phenotype.
Yeah, you looking at the outward appearance.
Exactly. But Yahuah is going to show you through the casting of lots who actually belongs to Azazel.
Right.
And he's going to breed all that out and make the assembly more pure.
So all this is going to happen during atonement. That's how atonement is going to happen. This is also how the assembly will be saved. Go ahead.
That's how atonement started. It starts, when you look at Leviticus 16, it's a direct continuation of Leviticus 10.
Right.
When Nadab and Abihu offered the strange fire before Yahuah. And then in 16 it picks up after they done got rid of their bodies. Then it goes into atonement. So the thing about Nadab and Abihu, they were sons of Aharon.
Right.
They had the good garments on. They was going through all the processes, going through all the feasts.
Right.
They went through Pesach. They went through first fruits and unleavened bread, Shabbat, all that stuff. They've been out here a few months since Yahuah descended on the mountain and all this stuff. And then they got strange fires. Who could discern the strange fire?
Right.
Yahuah can. And then all of a sudden they found out in the midst of them, they belonged to Azazel.
Right.
And they wasn't the only ones. So you know what? We're about to go ahead and deal with the whole assembly now.
Right.
And this is how Yahuah purges it out.
Yeah, and then the assembly can be at rest. Because Azazel been cast out. He bears the iniquity of them all. He or she bears the iniquity of them all. So let's keep going. So, I think I put this slide in the wrong place. Let's go right here. We're going to go backwards. So let's go back to what Yahuah gave me last night. So last night, I had a dream. It was a strange dream. And sometimes when I have strange dreams, I just... Exactly. So, because dreams are like this. Every dream don't mean nothing. It means something. Sometimes dreams are just a dream. Even the scriptures tell you that your dream comes from a multitude of things that happen within a day. Right? So, and then there's other times that it be Yahuah. You just know it's Yahuah. Sometimes Yahuah will come into your dream and speak to you. Right? So, when I had this dream, I was like, I don't know what that means. But then when I woke up, Yahuah sent me straight to the script and showed me what it meant. So I had this dream, and it was a woman, an older woman, and she had a son. And when I met them, and the son was with the wife. So basically, the mother, the daughter-in-law, and the son. And so I walked up to him. I was like, "Hey, how y'all doing?" I don't know where they was from. Just speaking to him, and they was like, "We doing good." And so I looked at them, and I was like, "Where y'all from?" And I don't think they told me where they was from. But then in the gist of it, I said, "So how'd you meet this other person?" I talked to the husband. How did he meet his bride or whatever, his wife? And he told me, "You know, that's my cousin." I said, "What?" He said, "That's my cousin." I said, "You married your cousin?" He said, "Yeah. Mom was okay with it." She's like, "Yeah, I was fine with it." And I was like, "You realize that's disgusting and perverted with that y'all being married?" He said, "Yeah, you know. But it's just the way it is. It's fine. Like, she's fine with it. I'm fine that we good." And that was the gist of the dream. So I woke up, I was like, man, why in the world I'm having a dream about some people in incest? What's going on with that? And I was like, maybe it was just one of them weird dreams. But is this going on? So my thought process, maybe this going on. So incest is going on. And that, because this is how these things work. So Yahuah brings these things, like he'll reveal things like this. And then Yahuah knows time. Like his timing is perfect. And so what happened is if you go to certain people and confront them about it, they're just going to deny it. Right? So you can't just go and confront somebody with something like that. They have to confess it themselves. And again, I'm not big on forced confessions. Because a forced confession is not admissible in the court of law. And Yahuah is the judge. So the context is that what Yahuah would do is he'll bring something out and then eventually it'll just manifest. Right? It'll just manifest. So that's why he told me he said write stuff down. So I just write it all down. And after a while, it'll come to pass. So I was like, man, what's going on with this incest? And so Yahuah woke me up, and as soon as I woke up from the dream, he put in my mind, he says that how he walks through the camp to judge it. Deuteronomy 23:14. He says, and then we're going to skip down to 17, 18. He says, for Yahuah, thy Lord, walketh in the midst of the camp to deliver thee and to give up thy enemies before thee. Therefore, thy camp shall be Kodesh, that he see no unclean thing in thee and turn away from thee. So I was like, man, this is what Moshe was talking about. Moshe was quoting this on trumpets. And then Yahuah told me to keep reading. So I kept reading. Verse 17. There should be no whore of the daughters of Yasharel, nor a sodomite in the sons of Yasharel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of Yahuah your Lord. For any vow, even both of these are an abomination unto Yahuah thy Lord. So I was sitting there, I was like, man, what's going on with that? So, a whore and a sodomite. I was like, man, so is it homosexuality? Like, what's going on? Like, what is this? And so Yahuah, the first thing he showed me was the dog. I was like, so who you think the dog is? So people read this scripture and they say you can't have a dog in your house. For real, I done had people tell me about that. You know, I can't have dogs in the house because it say about the price of a dog. Can't have no dog. So, what? Why is he talking about a dog? Huh? Okay. The dog is the sodomite. The dog and the sodomite are the same person. It's not a dog. It's the sodomite. The thing about it, even in this context, like, they translate that as sodomite, but even that translation is a bad translation. Let's keep going. Because you know, there's other places where the scripture is very straightforward. It says a man that lays with a man. But in this context, it says sodomite. So let's look at it. So you will tell me about looking at these definitions. So I'll look up the word sodomite, whore, and whore. So the word for sodomite is kadash. Kadash. The word for whore is also kadash. It's the same word. Now the word kadash, the root of it is kodesh. The root of that word is kodesh. I'm like, man. I was looking at that thing, I said, why would a whore and be considered to be kodesh? Like, and why would it say it like that? What's going on with that? So, you know, I hit the professor. Praise you, Lord. Yes, kiss. You know, and I was running by her. I said, does this make sense to you? How can a whore and a prostitute be kodesh? Right? Yeah, give it a mic. Professor.
Hallelujah. I don't need the mic. Hallelujah. You want me to say?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah. So, I mean, when you look at it from I guess our Western perspective, it seems like it wouldn't be connected because we know Kodesh means holy, right, or separated, set apart. But what this is referring to is also a Kodesh operation. This is like something that is set apart for this.
Right.
Or set apart in the midst of set apartness.
Right.
So it's like they're set apart to harlotry, set apart for it to be sodomites, but also in the midst of set apart one, they are still set apart for that thing. So yeah.
Hallelujah. So when you look at it, so basically what that word means, that's why I say that they use that word sodomite loosely, right? Because that word is not necessarily inferring homosexuality. What it's inferring is a male whore, right? So in general, so he could be a sodomite, he could be a straight whore, but he's a whore nevertheless, right? So the context is that it's really saying a temple prostitute. There's a temple prostitute and a male and a female temple prostitute, right? And he says, so let's go back to it. So it says, there shall be no temple prostitute of the daughters of Yasharel, nor a male temple prostitute of the sons of Yasharel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of that prostitute or the price of that prostitute, which is the dog, that's the male, right, into the house of Yahuah your Lord. So he talks about, so this whole thing about walking through the camp. So he's walking through the camp and he's judging these things. And what he finds is these temple prostitutes. So this is, I was like, man, this is why Yahuah showed me the incest. The incest, perversion, a temple prostitute, a male and female temple prostitute. It was a husband and wife. So I started rolling this thing back. I was like, man, so the male prostitute is the dog. And I started thinking about what's the deal with the male prostitutes and the female prostitutes, the temple prostitutes. So if you know anything about ancient worship, in the ancient world, almost every system in the Canaanite system, in the Baal cycle, it's called the Baal cycle, the Canaanite system of worship, was based around sex. All of them, right? And so the way they would worship Baal was sex, right? So this is the reason why at Baal Peor the people got caught up. Remember we talk about Pentecost striking people through with the javelin. All this stuff was because Balaam and Bella had came up with the context. This is the way we're gonna entrap them. We're gonna put our women worshiping Baal in front of them, and they're gonna want to be involved in it. So what happened is they brought out the temple prostitutes in the temple, which I didn't teach you on this before, but all that stuff is the modern day strip club. Like, it's not even, I'm not saying kind of sort of, I'm telling you that's literally where it came from. Right? Asherah worship. They had this thing called the Asherah pole. Right? And so the Asherah pole, the priests of Baal would take money and they would throw it at the feet of the Asherah pole. That's how they would worship Asherah, because Baal is the consort. He's the wife. He's the husband of Asherah. So the priests would go and take their tithes and throw it at the base of the Asherah pole, and the women would dance, and then they would have ritual intercourse. Right? So the context is that this is, and it trickled down to the Greeks. It went down to the Romans. You can even find some of that stuff in Mizraim. But that was, Mizraim was for the Romans and the Greeks. But the context is I'm showing you that all these different systems of worship. This is the reason why the whole world has a Trinity. Every religion has a Trinity except for the Hebrews. Every religion. You go into Hindu and Sikh worship, you're going to see a Trinity. Even like, what about Islam? They got one God. Well, if you go look at the word Allah, right, where it come from, it was a God. It's called the daughters of Allah. It's three goddesses who are related to the moon. That's why they use the crescent moon. Right? So if you go to of course, the head of the Norse mythology, you're going to see that. Of course, the Christian mythology, you're going to see that. Just go on down the line. That's the reason why Native Americans use totems. You see the gods with the different faces, right? This triune, three-headed God, right? And all these forms of this Trinity, there's always a female. So going back to Asherah, right? So Asherah, if you go look her up, they call her God's wife, the Queen of Heaven, right? This is the reason why people in the awakening are running around talking about Asherah. Well, that's a boy, ain't no script talking about we worship. Matter of fact, it's the complete opposite. Everywhere her name is mentioned is cursed. Right. Sophia and all that nonsense, right? So going back to this but Asherah was the chief goddess that's worshipped by every culture in the world. So that element of her worship is tied into this. So when you see Mystery Babylon is Asherah. Columbia, I showed you. It's Asherah. That's where they got that from. It's the same goddess. That's why she's holding up the light. She's supposed to be the light of the world. Right? And the scripture talks about how all the nations have done what? Committed fornication with her. So these temple prostitutes are people that's inside the camp who worship her still. Diana the Ephesian, same thing. It was a whole uproar. The whole town got shut down. That's why if you read Shaul, man, Shaul letters are hilarious. He talk about how Alexander the Coppersmith did him much damage. He started wilding out on Shaul because they shut down all the idol making in Ephesus. And that's the reason why they literally had a mob to come kill him because of Diana the Ephesian. They started screaming her name for like an hour straight. Wonder Woman. Right, that's why she has the Star of Ishtar as her logo. Right? So, but these are temple prostitutes. And these temple prostitutes are dogs. So what Yahuah is showing is that when you come in the midst of these assemblies and you're still doing this, you are a temple prostitute. You're a dog. You are a dog. If you're still holding on to Babylon, Mystery Babylon, you're a dog. Right? And a whore. And a harlot. Go ahead.
So I was looking at 1 Corinthians chapter 5, and Shaul talks about this. He said it was somebody in the assembly that was laying with his father's wife.
Right.
And he's like, we can't proceed into these feasts like this.
Right.
So I was thinking about, I was telling you earlier that...
Hold on, can I land back on that part? All right, so that was in Corinthians, right? So ask me why that was written in Corinthians. So this picture right here it shows you like what the setting in Corinth. So Corinth was the home of Demeter and Bacchus, right? Demeter is also Asherah in their pantheon. There's somebody called Artemis. They had different names for it. So, but Bacchus, the way they would worship Bacchus is through that specific way. It'd be this is the reason why you see Shaul writing too about how it's a shame for a man to have long hair and a woman to be shorn. So Christianity said, oh, that means you can't cut your hair, that kind of thing. But the context was that in Corinth, what would happen is the women would shave their head and the men would grow their hair to look like women. And then they would do role reversal in the temples, and then they would have sex. So this is the kind of stuff, this is the stuff he was addressing in those letters. And then that's the reason why the son thought it was okay to have sex with the mother. But go ahead.
And he also mentioned their love feast, the agape feast. So the thing about this is, because you have to wonder, why is this happening in the assembly?
Right.
Because the temple prostitute, the Torah is talking about a male prostitute. In this case, and even in your dream, you're looking at a man and his mother, and he's with his cousin.
Right.
In this situation, in 1 Corinthians 5, it's talking about a man and his stepmom.
Right.
So it's like these things be diverse.
Right.
So I was thinking, I was telling you guys earlier about Pincus, how Yahuah had been bringing Pincus to my mind, and the situation with Pincus, and the thing that was so interesting about that was that when they did come and try to snare the men of Yasharel with strippers, basically.
Right.
And then they would put that iniquity away, and they were out slaying people and impaling them and all that. The person that Pincus had to deal with, his sin didn't look like, it wasn't obvious like everybody else's.
Right.
But it was still the same before Yahuah.
Right.
So he wasn't, this person that Pincus thrust through wasn't at the strip club.
Right.
He was in his own home. He wasn't with a white woman.
Right.
He was with another melanated woman.
Right.
Stuff looked like it was legit. Stuff looked like it was okay on the outside, but Pincus knew his ox was being perverted. He could see it, and Yahuah had put him in a situation where he had to judge it.
Right.
Because he said this stuff is Kodesh. This stuff needs to be set apart from us.
It's a pearl of great price.
Exactly. So because of penises, like we was talking about earlier, when that stuff is in your midst, that should be offensive now.
Right.
It should be so offensive because he wasn't just somebody he knew, his cousin he was related to. Because the poetic nature of that whole situation with Penicus and the dude from Shimon is they was both chiefs of their tribe.
Right.
And Levi and Simeon notoriously was very close. They went and killed people together.
Right.
And then now Levi has now had to turn against Simeon.
Right.
When they had turned against the men who had profaned their sisters, now Penicus, as Levi, has to turn against Shimon, who has profaned this heritage.
Right.
And turn it into a perverted thing. He became a dog.
Yeah, so, and the crazy thing is, let's go back to that word being Kodesh, right? So not only are they in their defiling the places that are Kodesh, but they have been set apart to be dogs. It's something that was always in them, right? Because you be honest, it's almost a play on words. Don't turn a daughter of Yasharel into a whore. A daughter of Yasharel would never be a whore. You could hit mom.
Well, this isn't like closely tied in, I don't think. But it just the idea, the concept of a daughter of Israel being a whore. That's not a thing that you do in Israel. That's why you know a man can't just lay with a woman, leave her with a baby, and go on about his business. But we can't do that because you cannot turn a daughter of Israel into a whore. So we were having a conversation about the story about the concubine who was cut up into pieces after she was murdered, and the man who was with her did that, sent her out to all of Israel so that all of Israel would know what was done to her. So that's, a whole lot of stuff wrapped up in that. But the bottom line of that is we were talking about how did a daughter of Israel become a concubine? Like, concubines were usually women that they captured in war.
Right.
Or something along those lines. But yeah, she was given by her father into whoredom. So that's perverse.
Right.
That's perverse.
Go ahead.
So most people don't know because in Genesis 10:9-11 it talks about how Cush begat Nimrod, and Nimrod became a mighty hunter against Yahuah. So that speaks about him going in direct opposition of Yahuah.
Right.
But if you know about the historical element of Nimrod, so Nimrod end up marrying his mother,
right,
Saramses. Mm-hmm. So that's how this whole worship of Mother God and this whole Trinity, Nimrod, Saramses, Tammuz,
right,
that whole perversive thing came about. If you look up the historical record, it speaks about that whole union of perverseness between him and his mother,
right,
which sparked all the cultures of the world to actually worship that thing. And if you don't know, Nimrod was the original builder of the Tower of what?
Babel.
Right? So every culture in the world talks about two events: the flood and the building of the Tower of Babel, right? So if every culture knew about the building of the Tower of Babel, that means that they all were involved in what type of worship? The same worship.
Right.
So that's why when Mor Yahusha talks about how every religion in the world worships a mother goddess,
right,
they're worshiping Saramses,
right,
the mother of Nimrod, but also the eventual wife of Nimrod. Is all perverseness.
Right.
And Ezekiel chapter 16 actually talks about how there were 25 men who had their backs turned in the assembly worshiping the sun,
right,
or doing a pagan ritual of sun worship,
right,
in the temple, but it was really worship to Saramses.
Right, and then the women were standing outside crying about Tammuz.
Exactly.
So, yeah, this is where you also get the cross from, right? So, so if you see ancient pictures of Nimrod, and Nimrod's thing was the sun wheel cross. I was telling y'all about the black sun. Some people, there's all kind of theories about that. Some people talk about Saturn, because Saturn was one of the gods of worship pre-flood, and so they say that the cross was a sun wheel cross, and it came from like ancient depictions of how they would draw Saturn. Like, but anyway.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I say Ezekiel 16 is Ezekiel 8 verses 16.
Right.
So I wanted to make that correction so won't nobody say I'm giving inaccurate scriptures.
Right.
Praise Yahuah.
Yeah, so, but the context is that, so you see the cross through majority of those ancient religions, the ancient ones. Like you will see, that's why you see in Egypt they have the Ankh. The Ankh is the cross. Right? Then you'll go to Babylon, you see in Eridu and stuff like that, and you'll see depiction of Nimrod with the cross on his person. Right? And then you go into places like India and you see the swastika, which is the bent cross, the sunwheel cross. You'll see the cross in all these cultures, because the cross go back to Tau or Tav. You know what Tav is, a what? Right? Tammuz. Right? If you pay attention to Catholicism, when they have Lent, they'll go around with stickers. Because to be honest, I started learning this stuff in the church, and it started flipping me out when I started seeing this stuff. Because people walk around during Lent, and they'll have bumper stickers with not even the traditional cross, but the actual Tau for Tammuz, like a T. Right? So anyway, let's go into a lot of stuff, but the gist of the matter is, when you're talking about Tammuz, Nimrod, and Semiramis, you're talking about that incest, right? And so all the religions was based off that, and it came through that, right? But that's the reason why the temple worship was based on that. It's based on sexual perversion. Go ahead. Oedipus.
No, Oedipus. No, it's Oedipus. Oedipus Rex. Yeah, Oedipus Rex is about a man who fell in love with his mother because he was separated at birth or when he was young, and then came back. It originated out of that culture.
Right.
Yeah.
Say again. Right. Oh, Sophia. Okay, yeah. Sophia is like another name for Asherah or Semiramis type figure, like the goddesses. So Sophia became a goddess of wisdom in the Greek culture, right? Because Sophia means wisdom in Greek, and but that go back to something like that term Sophia is more like with esoteric circles and stuff like that. Talking about like Greek Gnosticism and stuff like that. But it's the same thing. It's another version of a goddess that everybody go to. You talking about different cultures. Some people talking about Gaia. Right. It just depends on who it is. It's Semiramis. Whatever culture it is, it's Semiramis. Catholicism call it Mary. It's Semiramis. That's the reason why she's always depicted with the moon at her feet. Hallelujah. Right. So I don't know. I just put two and two together. That's probably why they call it Bourbon Street, because when they worship Bacchus, they will all get drunk. That's the first thing they would do, and then they have like this parade that they worship Bacchus, and then they will all have intercourse, like right. Right. But that's the real God that they serve. That's the reason why we're talking about liberty in Colombia. Like we're talking about libertad, liber. That word don't mean freedom. It means inhibition. Right? So, but anyway, going back to this. So the temple prostitutes, that's a perfect example in Corinth, because that was one of the center of the worship of Bacchus. That stuff was going on. That's why Shaul had to come up with all those Torahs about what not to do. Because you got to realize you had two groups of people. You had the Yahudim that was already there, because he would go and travel and go from synagogue to synagogue. And then you had the people that the ones he was awakening, like the other people that was coming in, right? So, and the ones that will be awakened, they'll be just like us. If they came from Corinth or Athens, they were considered to be Athenian, even though they might have been an Israelite. It might have been Northern Kingdom, but in their mind, they Athenian. So when they come in, they start bringing all these things. You talking about the feast, the agape feast, all that foolishness that started happening. That eventually became communion. That's where they came from. Anyway, let's keep going. So, speaking of Semiramis, right? Also, so a Semiramis has a gazillion names. Ashtar, Astarte, Asherah, like I said, Demeter. You insert name, Gaia, Sophia, Diana, all this other stuff. Right? Columbia, you name it, that's her. Right? She's at the beginning of this. Right? The interesting thing about Semiramis or Asherah, and we'll get into Asherah in a minute. We talk about the prostitutes. The temple prostitutes are the ones that worship Asherah. Asherah is often depicted holding sheaves between what? Two goats. Atonement is about what? One going to bear the sins of them all, the other was going to have to die and be a living sacrifice. Let's keep going. So these goats, and then Yahuah talks about the separating of the what? Right? So, because the context is that the goats are disobedient. Why? Because they love Asherah. But one of the goats is going to have to get their life. Let's keep going. So there's another depiction of the two goats and then the Asherah tree. It's a picture from some Sumer, same thing. Two goats, that's the Asherah tree. Right here is real interesting. So here's this is Asherah, or Semiramis, or whatever name you want to insert, holding two serpents, standing on a lion. Standing on the lion. So it's been Asherah that's been the bane of the existence of the Israelites. They've been on your back the whole time, and still is. So again, Asherah, first of all, that word is all through the text. Anytime you see the word grove, that word is Asherah, because that's where they worship her at. But all they worship him in the mountain, they worship his wife in the grove. That's why you read in the text, it talks about the high places. They'll go up and have to tear down the high places, right? Because they would set up their worship to Baal. Then they would go to the grove and they would worship Asherah. So, you know, in Isaiah when it says somebody that eats swine's flesh behind a tree eating mice and the abomination, all that kind of stuff, that's what, I said 65, my bad, I said 66. So when you read that, that's what it's talking about. Because the gist of it is that the grove is also the grave. If you study the groves back in the day, that's where they would bury people. So you would go to a shady grove, and they're going to have what? A cemetery right behind the church. We did a lesson on this not too long ago. Go look up how many churches are named Grove. Just go look it up. Right? So, but anyway, but saying this to say, so matter of fact, me and Yada we was in Montego Bay. In Montego Bay, they got this house. What's that house called, Yada? Rose Hall. Anybody been to Rose Hall? It's in Montego Bay, Jamaica. Yeah, so we visited her family. So in Rose Hall, outside, because Rose Hall is a witch. They call it the witch of Rose Hall. She really literally was a witch. She had like 5 husbands and they all mysteriously died. Whatever. And then she had this big plantation house, and the house is crazy. Little white girl, right? That's British girl. So anyway, saying to say, so outside they had a grove there. Right? Because we got involved in this stuff and then brought it to Jamaica. And brought it to Haiti. And brought it to America. and bring it to all kind of other places. But right outside of the house in the back, there's this crazy, this is humongous White House plantation master house, right? And anyway, so when you go out there, there's a grove, and you see these trees, and they done even carved idols into the trees, right? And then there's like a above ground, there's a coffin where they put a body at. So that's the reason why he says in the graves, because the graves are also the groves, right? Remember we see the man who lost his mind, he was broke out them chains and stuff in the Yahuah, he was in the groves, which are also the graves, in the cemeteries. So they'll have a body there. And then the crazy thing is we looked at it, they had the idols, and then they had the coffin, and beside it they had liquor, because it was a drink offering to her. They left her a libation. Pour it out for your dead homies. So again, we had brought this stuff, and so in African spirituality, they do all that stuff, right? But all that stuff is just what they call Sabianism. It's Babylonian worship, right? So going back to Asherah, right? Asherah, groves, idol worship, a Babylonian goddess, Astarte, the goddess of fortune and happiness. Remember we talked about how being happy gonna get you in trouble? But they have Simcha out here. Right. Yeah, go ahead. So while he's doing that, and what I'm talking about is that happiness is the fulfillment of your nefesh. Simcha is contentment in the will of Yahuah. Y'all might not write that down so you can get a definition, right? Happiness is the appeasement of your nefesh. Simcha is contentment in the will of Yahuah. That's why Shaul says, contentment in Yahuah, with little is still great gain. I'm paraphrasing, but the context is that when you content in Yahuah, that's great gain, right? Because you can be content with little. He said, I learned how to abase and abound. I learned how to have little and then have very much, because his desire or his nefesh, the things he was settled in was Yahuah's will. So material things didn't shake him one way or the other, or people or relationships or anything else. But when you look for happiness, that means most time happiness is tied into your nefesh. It's a person that you want to deal with. There's a relationship you want to have. It's a car that you don't got. It's a house you don't live in. It's acceptance that you think you should have. Sometimes we want to accept this from the wrong people. Sometimes we want to accept this from wicked people because we admire them for whatever reason. If somebody treats you like hot garbage, then you shouldn't be seeking to be with that person. It's a reason why they're treating you like hot garbage, and not because you garbage, it's because they garbage. Right? Stop seeking acceptance with that person. And your acceptance by other people is not going to bring you happiness, because that's limited. Because somebody could be your friend one day and hate you the next. You can't be steady like that. That's how you end up being double-minded. The scripture says that a double-minded man is what? Because it's going to be up one day and down the next. Because his nefesh is settled in things that are not eternal. Things that are temporary. That's happiness. Simcha is when you know you in Yahuah's will and you have shalom. That's the shalom that passes all understanding. And in the midst of a storm or midst of a trial, you still steady because your goal is one specific thing. Go ahead, Doc.
So Isaiah 65, for context, I just want to start at verse 1. I'm not going to go all the way to verse 11, but I'm going to go down to probably verse 5 and then skip to 11. So it says, this is Yahuah speaking. He says, I have let myself be inquired of by those, not by those who asked. I was found, not by those who sought me. I said, here I am, to a nation not calling on my name. I have held out my hands all day long to a stubborn people, a goatish people.
Right.
A stubborn people who walk in a way that is not good after their own thoughts. The people who provoke me continually to my face, who slaughter in gardens and burn incense on altar of bricks, who sit amongst the graves and spend the night in secret places, who eat the flesh of pigs, and the broth of unclean meat is in their pots, who say, keep to yourself, do not come near me, for I am set apart to you.
So that means they're a temple prostitute.
Come on, man. For I am set apart to you. Yahuah says, they are a smoke in my nostrils, a fire that burns all day. So is this a Kodesh fire or a strange fire? Strange fire. Right? Now let's go down to verse 11. Because many be doing this. It says, but you are those who forsake Yahuah, who forget my Kodesh or set apart mountain, who prepare a table for Gad. So Gad is also transliterated as fortune.
Right.
But that's a short form name of another chief fallen one.
Right.
And I'm not going to say his name on here, but it's a short form name of his name.
Right.
It says, who fills a drink offering for Meneh. Meneh also means destiny.
Right.
That's what you were just saying in regards to happiness. So most people who say, I want to go after happiness, I want to fulfill my destiny.
Right, exactly what's going on.
That's what Yahuah is saying here.
Right.
He's saying the things that you're pursuing aren't of me.
Right.
They're of your own desire, your own nefesh.
Right.
Fortune, destiny, happiness.
And so, and the thing is, the destiny, fortune, and happiness is in her.
Exactly.
Everything is in her. That's what you got to realize. So that's why when the scripture talks about us being strangers and sojourners, you got to have this mindset that what you're trying to establish is not here. Right now, we're just tarrying while we're here, right? We occupying, right, until the time to exit. But our establishment or the things, our long-term goals cannot be here, right? Because this is her land. This is the land of Asherah. This is the land of Baal. He purchased this land with blood, right? If your desire is, if your desire is tied into acceptance here, or success here, destiny, fortune, all this stuff here, then you will commit fornication with her. You, her temple prostitute, and you amongst the sons and daughters of Yasharel. That's what it is. So you got to understand that, man. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take everything I have here and I'm going to occupy my time to establish his kingdom. But my mindset is not to be here. That's why Yahuah says, come out from among her, my people. Right? Come out. Right? And come out don't mean go off the grid. That's not what that means. What it means is your nefesh and your desire. The things you want to establish. The things you feel like because certain things we feel like complete us. I haven't accomplished this, so I don't feel complete. I don't have this, so I don't feel complete. I don't have a relationship with this person, so I'm not complete. I can't. This person abandoned me, so I'm not complete. You know, they had that song. There was a hole in my heart with it's icebox where my heart used to be. Yeah, right. You remember that song? Anyway, so cold, so cold, so cold. Right? But that's how we be though. For real. We be like that. Because that person that we desire is not with us no more. So we feel like it's an icebox where our heart used to be.
I thought you was about to bust out and do a dance.
I ain't no singer, I ain't no dancer either. I get you a show out here. Yeah, so, but that's the gist of it, right? So this is what I was telling y'all about how Yahuah dealt me about football. Not that it's a sin to play football. It's not. But you got to understand what things have been attached to your nefesh. You have to identify those things, because whatever that controls your mood, that's what your allure is. If you up and down, and all of a sudden, like, you have confidence and you don't have confidence. You happy, then you're not happy. You're angry, and then you good. It's like this thing is just like this complete roller coaster. Everything that that drives you is dependent on that thing being in a certain way. That means it's an idol. Right? And it might be that you can crush the idol, because certain things, it might be that you can crush it and still deal with it a different way, because it's not really, the idols have no power, they idols. Y'all realize that, right? That's why it's called an idol. You don't have no power. You give it the power. Right? Like Yahuah talks about, it says, can they speak? Right? Can they stand upright? When we said in the script, they can't do nothing. We the ones who give it the power. That's why man makes idols, because he can fashion the allure to be in the way they wishes it to be. If their all goes against what they want to do, they'll fashion them an idol to do exactly what they want to do. the reason why Yahuah, we can't deal with Yahuah that way. Go ahead. Yeah, where the mic at? Professor got to get the mic. Professor Yiskis.
Hallelujah. So I was looking at this word Asherah. And basically, you know, like you said, everything, if you want anything in this land, you got to do it in her. It's nothing that you can do outside of her to think you can have half your foot over here and half in her. It's all in her. But when I looked at the word, it's basically saying, when I looked at the letters, it's basically to the point of ripping you away from your inheritance. And that's what it is. It's like to strongly tear you away from the inheritance, and you can't get to it. So then I looked at the root of it, which is Ashar, which means happy to go straight. And so what Yahuah was showing me was that it's a false sense of straightness. You think you on the right, and like everything seems good. I'm happy. I'm happy. I got everything I want. It seems like that, but that's not what it is. It's a counterfeit.
Man, we have to write that one down.
Can you explain what an idol is?
So, an idol is, so basically, like, it's kind of a interesting thing, because basically the fallen alls are idols, right? So Yahuah, at a certain time, Yahuah cast lots for every group of people, right? And then he chose us. He says, the scripture says that we are the lot of his inheritance. So the other alls chose ethnic groups to be their people. So each people on the earth have an all that they worship, right? Or that's responsible for them. So Yahuah chose us. That's why we're in slavery now, because we broke his covenant, right? And when he broke his covenant, then we became basically like fodder for every other all. So they could just pass us from all to all and abuse us. It's almost like a woman that was in a marriage, and then she got divorced, and then she just got played around and beat and abused by all these other men. You understand what I'm saying? So in the church, we thought all means that they don't have no power. Like they can't do anything. Like it's a made up thing. So these alls are not made up. Even though they make images that are made up, they have no power. Do you get me? So let's say the all might be Azael or some, where the sun down now, Shemazu, or any of those 200 that ascended on Mount Hermon, right? So they have power, right? And then Halal, and all them. So they got power, right, to do things. But what they do is their people set up images based on how they view them. You dig what I'm saying? So those images are called Asherahs, or groves, or idols. Okay? So, but none of those things have power over you, because you have one Lord, and he is one, right? You're not yoked to Asherah and Nimrod, or Semiramis and Nimrod. You're not yoked to Halal, or you're not yoked to Azazel, unless you choose to be. Go ahead.
Anything that drives you more than Yahuah and Yahusha is an idol. Whether you craft it with your own hand, whether you view it on TV, it could be a concept, it could be a person, it could be an animal, whatever drives you, a goal, whatever drives you more than Yahuah and Yahusha is an idol. So Yahuah says in that day, he's going to say, where are your idols?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He says, let them save you.
Right.
So when we're talking about the idols, like the Asherah pole, a totem pole, all this stuff, we're talking about totems.
Right.
A totem is like an object that you attribute the significance to.
So it's almost like an ancient toy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because in reality, it's just a toy.
That's literally what it
It's an
is.
action figure.
Right.
But you have attached your nefesh to this image.
Right.
This is why Moshe.
Before you say that, so but it's through the all that you've been worshiping.
Exactly.
He attached you to that image because you are bound to him. You understand what I'm saying? Go ahead.
So This is why Shaul, or not Shaul, but Moshe says, do not make any graven images of anything in the Shamayim or in the waters or under the waters or in the earth or anything like that, because you can't perceive Yahusha. You're gonna worship whatever you put your eyes on, even if it's in your imagination.
Right.
Even if it's what you imagine yourself to be. You can be your own idol, your own totem.
Yeah. So can I land back on that? So that's what celebrities are.
American Idol.
American Idols. So a celebrity comes, and the celebrity is just basically a person that's an idol that you lay your eyes on. But what you end up doing is worshiping that celebrity's allure or all.
So
right.
You're submitted to your master's master. So the thing is with these Malakim and these Ruachs, they can only interface in this realm through certain means.
Right.
So Shaul talks about this in 1 Corinthians 10 also, where he's talking about, like, don't participate in these, because they were having issues with meat sacrificed to idols. He was saying don't participate in those ceremonies.
So, for instance, let's say it's your favorite rapper, right, or your favorite singer. So your favorite rapper and your favorite singer can't possess you, right? But they Ruach can. So that Ruach will make you drawn to them, and then you will copy them and create gateways to Ruach to possess you.
So in the same way that we can't love Yahuah who we can't see, unless we love our brother who we can see, the Ruach or the principality that wants to deal with you, who you can't see him, but it will deal with you through the thing that you can see.
Right.
So that's why brotherly love has to continue, because this is our gateway to Yahusha. You see what I'm saying? So the issue is we look at other things and we put our eye on there and we put our affection on there, and then it becomes an idol to us, and then we attach ourselves to the Ruach that's connected to it.
So I was telling Yada this. It just came to me one day, the old gods and the new gods, right? So the celebrities are the old gods. The influencers are the new gods, right? So it's crazy because they call them stars, right? That's a term that Yahuah uses for the Malakim. So these stars have powers that they worship, demonic entities, right? And they put it all through everything they do. They put it in their verses, they put it in their clothing, they put it in the way they dance. They'll do certain rituals just to that God, but you don't see any of that. You just see them. So they become the representative. That's how they introduce you. They become the prostitute that introduces you to their God. So when you join yourself with them, then all of a sudden you become intimate with their God, with that spirit. Like this, why Beyonce would do a video and with her tongue hanging out like Kylie, and do a whole dance. And what she's doing is she's summoning this Ruach, but through your eyes, because you're locked into her, now that Ruach can enter into you. Yes, she's one of the biggest temple prostitute. She'll turn around, do something to Oshan, do a whole video. And now, if somebody told you, hey, you come worship Oshan, you're like, no. But now because of Beyonce, you'll watch the whole video. Whether it be a man through his lust or a woman through her admiration. So this is the reason why they use women. It goes back to Samaritan's. Because a woman is more dangerous than a man in influence. Because a man might admire a man, but that's it. Right? They're like, okay, that's cool. Right? But when it comes to a woman, a man would lust after a woman, and then a woman would admire that woman from the attention that she's getting from the man. Right? So that's the reason why they have these women that they, like, every year it's a different woman. This woman will die, and they put another woman up. This woman will die, they have a man stand beside them, but it's always, the focus is not really Jay-Z, it's really Beyonce. It really ain't Timberland, it's really Aaliyah. Goes on and on. It might be whoever else, and it's Cardi B, and it's whoever it is. They'll put these people out. But like I said, now them people are dying out in power. So it's like, how do we yoke them? We're gonna create influencers. So you'll find these people just scrolling on YouTube, pop up in your feed. And all of a sudden you'll follow them because now you identify with them. They're a normal person just like you, and they have the same likes. Right? So you'll like their video. Come in the cover with them and then follow everything they do. Then they'll influence you to serve the people that they want to serve. Somebody might give them something to promote to you. Now you'll start doing that thing because it's been promoted to you. There's somebody that influenced you. That's why they call them influencers. Now they are being promoted to a certain place. Corporations send money to people that just sit at their house doing nothing. I'll send you this product. Because you have what? 10,000 views, 15,000 views, 30,000 views, 45,000 views. Right? Then you 100,000 views. Okay, well, now somebody might get you to sell this product. I want everybody to do a specific thing. I want everybody to do a specific dance. I'm going to pay you a certain amount of money to say this in this video. Do this dance because you got 1.5 million subscribers. Influence them. And they don't even hide it. They call them influencers. The whole purpose is to influence. We just said this earlier about Asherah. Her power is what? Influence. Men have power. Women have influence. So that's why a woman, she can be the power behind the power because she can influence the power. She can direct the power.
Yeah, and young, you supposed to keep her in front of y'all. Have her hand.
Right. That's like Ox said. That's why Babylon is not a man, it's a woman. She's the ultimate influence. Go ahead.
So the scriptures is about two influential women.
Right.
Who's the first influential woman? Israel. Who's the second influential woman? That's what Yahuah is saying. And it talks about how this woman has had the whole world drunk.
Right.
Which means she's influenced the entirety of the world.
So again, and all this stuff is about your eyes, your eye gates, what you take in. This is what he's saying about why we had the Torah about not making any idols. It's not that the idols have any power, but they knew that the influence of images. Like for instance, I know Ribs can tell you about this because she done that in marketing, but there's certain things, colors. I start a certain business. They done research. If they see this specific color, it sends off this certain signal in their brain that triggers this certain response in their body. Red and yellow for hungry. Somebody give you Ribs that. She can round it off real fast.
I literally just did this research. But red and orange is power and influence. Blue is for calmness. Green is for nature and like serenity. Pink is love. But it just goes on and on and on. And they even tell you when you're trying to get people to learn something, you influence them by a certain color. So that's why certain businesses, if they want you to do something, they won't have red. They'll probably have green and blues or whatever, something that's soft and appeasing to your eye.
Right. So like for instance, you can come and I say, hey man, I got this medicine. It had a bunch of green stickers on it. What would come to your mind with no information on it? What do they call it? They call it going green. So now they planted a thought in your mind that green means good and organic. That's called witchcraft. It's called the power of suggestion. Go ahead. Right.
So when Lil Nas X first came out, he came out with this song called Old Town Road, right? And it was very, very popular amongst 8 to 10-year-olds. Extremely popular. Everybody liked that song. Everybody liked that song. But what I'm saying is specifically the demographic of 8 to 10-year-olds.
Right.
And what happened was parents relaxed and were like, oh, this is a clean artist. I can let my children listen to this, right? And then he started releasing all this stuff that's just completely demonic, right? But the idea was to get that demographic listening to him so that he could influence their perception of gender and other things.
This is the Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana, right? Right? This is what they'll do. They'll introduce you something innocent, and then they'll corrupt it. So then you will transition in that corruption, because you will all of a sudden be yoked to it because you have an affinity for it. Once it hooks you in the flesh, it's going to carry you to wherever it's trying to go. Right?
Hallelujah. Anyway, I just want to say that's just a common tactic in the music industry. They get a new artist from like Disney or whatever, give it an upbeat beat or whatever, but then have some awful lyrics. Old Town Road was about adultery.
Right.
You know what I mean? He said it himself. So, yeah. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. That's an old tactic with in music. They've been doing that since the beginning. Pat LaBelle and stuff making songs like that about all kind of wild stuff. People singing it, little kids singing it. Right? So, but anyway, so going back to this influence, just like this. So that Asherah tree goes back to also the Christmas tree. It's Nimrod's tree. Right? But this is going back to this influence in the temple prostitute. These people are supposed to be set apart. You think that Christmas is supposed to be a set apart time, right? Supposed to be the most wonderful time of the year. Right? But going back to the power of suggestion, I tell you, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Is it the most wonderful time of the year? There's more murders and suicides than any other time during the year. But they told you, it was the most wonderful time. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Then you getting warm and fuzzy outside. Then somebody's hanging themselves by a noose outside the window. Power of suggestion. Right? So this is how they get Negroes in America to take vaccines. Power of suggestion. Like for instance, I see people that's like 70 and older doing this. I'm like, man, you from the South. You went through segregation, and then you trust them to do that? That I can't comprehend that. But what happened was NBC, MSNBC, Fox, power of suggestion, over and over and over again. Images, flashing images. That's the reason why the TV is the greatest weapon that was ever invented. It's the greatest weapon. It's not a nuclear bomb. It's the TV. Right? Because before it was just audio. Audio affects you, especially Negroes, but not like pictures do. Right? We're visual learners. Images they get like basically like seared into your conscious. Right? So they have the power to push you in any kind of different direction based off the images that you see. If you're a child and you watch enough TV, you will create a whole paradigm about outlook of life and like worldview without nobody telling you nothing. Without anybody telling you anything. Just by watching enough television. Right? You'll learn how to deal with your parents. How you deal with strangers. Like, for instance, this is the issue that a lot of kids have now. They don't know. A lot of kids don't have boundaries. Right? Because of social media. Man, look, I'm about to get off this soapbox. With children and adults, I be seeing stuff sometimes, I'll be like, man, sometimes it's like, that's the reason why I know it's an addiction. Sometimes people will post incriminating stuff on Facebook because they just can't stop posting. They have to share it. I'm like, man, why would you share that? Remember one time somebody had stole a bunch of money and then trying to stunt on Facebook. They had all the money laid out and then he had stolen it from somebody. And the police went back from the video. Caught that dude, roll up on him. Posted it, streamed it, killed him while this is the kind of sickness I'm saying, because it's an addiction to be seen. The social media platform that created this, I don't know how to explain that. It's like this me first, being seen. Go ahead.
It's the same thing that happens in the awakening.
Right.
So people don't receive a certain thing in the world, so they have certain insecurities. I need to be seen. So they can't go to certain places and be seen. So the best place to be seen is the internet.
Right.
That's why you got all these influencers and stuff like that. People who do that thing to death.
Right.
It's like, man, I gotta post content. It's because they haven't been healed from the insecurities that they have in the world.
Exactly.
Right? So that desire to be seen, they're gonna do whatever it takes to be seen.
Right.
It was a show that recently came out. I forgot the name of it, but the person had kidnapped somebody, and he said, if this gets to 5 million views,
right,
then we're going to kill him.
Right.
Clickbait.
Yeah.
It's stuff like, that's what you're talking about. It's stuff like that. It's just a desire to be seen.
Right. 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 Hallelujah. That's exactly what they do.
Like how these older people are being influenced to take vaccine and stuff.
Right.
But if you look at all the advertising, they use blue, which is the color of suggestion, and they use yellow, which is fear. So it's like you'll see in the commercials or on news things or whatever, they'll have blue gloves and white.
Right.
And then when they're telling you to take it, it's yellow. So it's like, okay, power of suggestion, take these vaccines. Now it's actually time to get you to take it. Here's yellow. It's like, go get it at this place.
Right. That's why you have an alert sign. It's going to be yellow and red.
It's going to be yellow and red.
So yeah, this thing is like high level witchcraft. Let's keep going. Right? So the interesting thing is when you look at the word fornication in the Brihadashah, that word actually ties back into worship. The wild thing is the word is porneo. It comes from the word for porno. Revelation 18, 4 through 5, 9 and 4 says, 5 and 9. Verse 4 says, I heard another voice coming to Shamayim saying, come out of her, my people, that you be not partakers of her sins, that you receive not her plagues. For her sin has reached up to the Shamayim, and Lul has remembered her iniquities. And the kings of the earth who have did what? Committed fornication. That word is porneo. Right? So we know that they didn't literally lay down with her. It's talking about worship of her, right? But that word that's used to describe that is porno. Think, wow. And lived deliciously with her. Right? So let's keep going. So it's going to be kind of visual, but we do this to understand what's going on. So this is an Asherah pole. One of them. Right? And so like I said, this is in multiple ethnic groups. So in India, they call it the Shiva Lingam. Right? They believe it's creative energy. They sky got the shrine for prostitution or agriculture. Right? And their mother goddess in Canaan. And again, Deuteronomy 16:21 says, like if you go look in the text, in the King James, it'll say grove or idol, but really it's Asherah. Like if you look in the Strongs, it says you should not plant any tree as a Asherah. What? Right. So you can't mix the two. But that's what Yahuah is saying about when he says you make the daughter of Zion a prostitute, right? And then the son of Zion a sodomite, but that word really ain't sodomite. It's the same thing. It's a temple prostitute, right? You're laying with Asherah, and then you're trying to set that apart. You're giving strange fire, right? But the reason, going back to that, you also are set apart to do that. So you've been set apart to iniquity. You've been sealed to iniquity because that's what's in your heart. Go ahead. Asherah Paul? Yeah. Tammuz. Right. That's exactly what it is. So I didn't want to get into all that because it's a whole lot to that. But the general thing is that, so Asherah has the Asherah pole and Baal has the obelisk. Right? So the obelisk is what's on top of the church. It's called the church steeple. right? You'll see that. You see it in the Washington Monument. You will see it in the Vatican. They got one outside the Vatican. They got one in London. Like these major. They got one in Vegas, right? With actual like description. They took time and made it accurate. But saying this to say, so the obelisk represents Osiris's, right? Because the story is that it got chopped off, right? And then allegedly, his wife had to carve one out of stone, right? So anyway, so saying that to say, so it represents his male member. So this is the reason why you will go to D.C. and you will see the Washington Monument, and then you'll see the Capitol building, and it's a dome, because the dome represents the womb. Are you about to say something? I thought you had no. Okay. Yeah, so most places where you see the obelisk, you will see a dome. Like, for instance, if you go to the Vatican, you're going to see a dome. And then you're going to see the obelisk, because the two together represents the union. Right? And they call this what? The union. Exodus 22:31. So let's wrap this. What time is it? Man, way over time. Exodus 22, verse 31 says, "And ye shall be Kodesh men unto me. Neither shall you eat any flesh that is torn by beasts in the field. You shall do what?" So the dogs are the temple prostitutes, right? The meat, the flesh that's torn by beasts is other doctrines, other words, right? Because we have a meat, and then we have a drink from Yahuah. We have a bread that comes from Yahuah that we must consume. Flesh that's torn by beasts is defiled. So that means you're consuming the defiled. That's like a defiled word, right? So the meat that's torn by the beast, and it's also meat that's torn by the beast is set aside for the dogs. It's also Kodesh to them. It's a word that's supposed to be for them. It's not supposed to be for you. That's why you can't eat the flesh that's torn by the dogs. It's their food. Everybody understand me? If you go in the Torah, the context is that any flesh that's torn by beasts, any flesh that's strangled, any flesh that dies of itself, you can't consume it, right? You have to leave it to the animals, right? The people that deal with just the nefesh, that's their meat, right? When we eat our meat, it has to be set apart. We can't strangle it, right? We can't make it suffer. There's a certain process that makes it Kodesh for us, right? So that meat or that strangled meat or that torn meat is set aside meat. It's their Kodesh bread. It's their word that they supposed to receive, not the word that we supposed to be eating on and chewing on. But when we receive that and we eat that, we become like them. But that's the proving. But that's a better way to put it. When we eat their word, it's proof that we are a dog. Go ahead. Right. Right. Rancid. Yeah. They stole it from us. Yeah. They stole everything from us. Yeah. Literally everything. Like the Quran is like the most plagiarized book that was ever created. They just took all kind of scripts and just mixed them together with their own thoughts and Catholicism and then created a book. Intentionally. Yeah, go ahead.
So, what more you was just saying is true. So, the one that they call the Prophet Muhammad, so he said that he got a revelation from a fallen one, or from the Most High, but it was really from a fallen one. So, he gave him this perverted doctrine that was contrary to the scriptures. But because he put a lot of stuff in there that sort of relates to the scriptures, he tried to unite that with the Yahudim's word at that time, because it says that the word is given to the children of Israel. They rejected it. So he put himself in opposition to the Yahudim at that time. But if you look at Islam, it says that the Islam say that they believe in the Torah and the prophets. Right? They say that the inheritance is for the children of Israel. Right? So the Quran says these things, right? But knowing these things, this is how you know it's perversion. If you know these things are the foundation, why does your Quran continue to promote perversion outside of Yahuah and Yahusha?
Right.
right? And it shows that it was given to him directly by one who was in opposition to Yahuah, and that's what they'll do. They'll coat something in the likeness of what you're doing,
right?
But when you get into the depths of it, it's contrary to the word of Yahuah,
right?
So the Prophet Muhammad intentionally made himself to be in opposition to the Yahudim because they rejected what he was trying to implement or bring into the truth of Yahuah at that time.
Right.
So I just wanted to say that.
Hallelujah. Right? So let's go to Isaiah 56. Matter of fact, we might skip because it's 9:07. But let's go to 56. We're going to read a couple verses, then we're going to keep moving. Let me see. Everybody following so far? All right. So going back to the meat that's torn by the animals, that's what's left to the dogs, right? That's their meat. We don't supposed to eat defiled bread or defiled meat, right? Isaiah 56 verse 1 says, "Thus says Yahuah, keep my judgment and do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that doeth this, the son of man that layeth hold upon it, and keepeth the Shabbat from polluting it, and keepeth his hand from doing any evil. Neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to Yahuah speak, saying, Thus Yahuah has utterly separated me from his people. Neither let a eunuch say, Behold, I'm a dry tree. For thus says Yahuah unto the eunuchs that keep my Shabbat, and chooses things that please me, and take hold of my covenant. Even unto them I will give in my house, and within my walls a place and a name better than the sons and daughters. And I will give them an everlasting name that should not be cut off. Also the sons of the stranger that join themselves with Yahuah to serve him, and to love the name of Yahuah, to be his servants, everyone that keepeth Shabbat from polluting it, and take hold of my covenant. Even them I will bring to the mountain, and make them joyful in the house of prayer, where their burnt offerings and sacrifices shall be accepted upon my altar. For mine house shall be called a house of prayer for all people, or Bet Tefillah. Yahuah, a Lord, which gathered the outcasts of Yasharel, saith, Yet I will gather others unto him, beside those that were gathered unto him. All ye beasts of the field come and devour. All ye beasts in the forest. His watchmen are blind, they are ignorant, they all away. Right? Temple prostitutes. Dumb dogs. They cannot bark, sleeping, lying down, loving to slumber. Yea, they are what? Which can never have enough. They want to be happy. Right? Asherah is the goddess of what? Happiness and fortune and wealth. So the reason why you're not happy is because you don't have the things that Asherah offers to you. There's something in this place that you don't have, so then you become disgruntled. Whether it be acceptance, whether it be money, whether it be a career, whether it be a person, whether it be a relationship, whatever it is, right? Yea, they are greedy dogs which can never have enough. That's the purpose of that. Happiness is not permanent. It's not. It's fleeting. Oh man. Like my battery power. Yeah. Right? So this is the purpose of that. So we talking about when that means you're joined to the harlot. That means you're joined to the harlot. You haven't came out of her. You're still laying with her. You have enough. And these shepherds cannot understand. They all look to their own way. Everyone from his gain, from his quarter. Right? So let's keep going. We got a couple more scriptures. Let's go to Jeremiah 15. Jeremiah 15. Start at verse 1. Then said Yahuah unto me, Though Moshe and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind could not be toward this people. That's pretty hard. That's a hard statement. He said, even though Moshe and Shemuel was before me, my mind can't be towards the people. That's my nefesh. That word is nefesh. My desire is not towards these people because of their wickedness. Cast them out of my sight and let them go forth. This is what he's saying to Yirmiyahu. Now, what happened during the time of Yirmiyahu? Destruction of Jerusalem. Right? He was saying, I'm tired of them. Even though Moshe was with them, even though Shemuel was with them, they wouldn't hear. So I'm tired of them. I'm about to send them away. And it shall come to pass, if they say unto me, Whither shall we go forth? Thou shalt tell them, Thus says Yahuah. Such as are from the death to death. Such as for the sword to the sword. Such as the famine to famine. In other words, whatever they sold, give it to them. They need to die by the sword, let them die by the sword. They need to die by famine, let them die by famine, because they all dogs. Listen, let's read it again. And they shall come to pass if they ask me, where we going to go? Then tell them, thus says Yahuah, those from death to death, those from the sword to the sword, and such as for famine to the famine, and such as for the captivity to captivity. And I will pour over them 4 kinds, saith Yahuah, the sword to slay, and the fowls of Shamaim, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And this is going to what? Cause them to be removed to all kingdoms of the arrest. Because Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, king of Yehudah, for which he did in Yasharel. So, anyway, for time, we could keep reading that. But I want to just keep moving, right? Because we about to wrap this. Exodus 11, 6-7 says, and there should be a great cry throughout all the land of Mizraim, such there was none like it, nor shall it shall be. But against any of the children of Israel shall not what? So the dogs are in the assemblies and they speaking words. They're gaping, they're barking, right? They're saying certain things. They're moving in certain ways. And the reason why they're complaining and barking is because their heart is still with Asherah, because they are a temple prostitute, because they land with her. And now because their desire has been taken with them, they're no longer happy, which means they become what? Disgruntled. This is what happened with them in the wilderness. They wish they went back to what? Egypt, because they had laid with her and they wanted to go back to her. That's exactly what's going to happen at this time. Let's keep going. Do this fast as we can. Man, Yahuah 7 verse 6. Give not that which is what? Neither do what? Lest they trample them under the feet and turn to rend you again. Now your understanding about that dog is a little bit different, right? You understand who these people are? These people are people who really worship Babylon. People who will still hold on to these things. And so now you got people that's worshiping Babylon, and you trying to bring them your pearls of great price. You're trying to give them this meat that's supposed to be set apart. This is the reason why you have to discern. You're going to overcome, I'm going to keep telling you this, by your testimony, by your witness. That's why you're going to win people, and that's how people are going to be lost. That's how people are going to be judged. You're going to be judged by your testimony. Sometimes not even by you saying nothing, just you walking this out. Some of y'all are just going to walk through and not say nothing. They're going to know what your life is. That's going to be the judgment on them. Others, they're going to see what your walk in your life is. They're going to come to Yahuah. It's going to be a testimony. If your walk is that, and you're not a temple prostitute. Right. Right. Yeah. That's how this works. But see, this is the thing. A lot of us think that we doing that, and really, there's a difference between you suffering and suffering for righteousness' sake. I'm saying it again. There's a difference between you suffering and suffering for righteousness' sake. A lot of us have suffered because of wickedness. A lot of us are feeling repercussions. But we might even turn from wickedness. We feeling the wheel rolling from the wickedness that we already started. Right? And so we'll say, well, I'm suffering for Yahushua. No, you're not. You're suffering because of your own consequences. You have. If you're going through that, you're suffering because of your own consequences, because of your own iniquity. Now, when you get to the point that that wheel has already rolled, and now you're just walking forward, and then you having other things unrelated to the deeds you put your hand to, that's when you suffer for righteousness' sake. Right? So that's the thing we got to get in our minds. Sometimes we'll see somebody, and they be like, man, they're being judged because they're looking at me, and really you've been just a temple prostitute. So you can't judge nobody. Because an unrighteous man can't judge nobody. An unrighteous woman can't judge nobody. But a righteous man judges everything. Judge lady with a beer can out here. Beer lady get thrust through. After you walk through because you've been righteous. I mean, for real, that's what this is. But we gotta be honest with ourselves about what kind of lives we live in. And the things we say. We can be overbearing, trying to cut them down with the word, become a terror to them. Or we could just be doing iniquity. Because we don't know people leave when they do here. I mean, leave when they do when they leave here. Because we look at the context of what that dream was. It could be that somebody literally in some kind of incest. Literally in some kind of fornication. It might not be ruaka fornication. It could be actual fornication, actual perversion, actual incest. And then you don't think somebody see that? Yahuah always going to have a witness against you. You can't come before Yahuah and then walk away and think Yahuah's not going to have a witness against you. But that's the foolishness, and that's what we get to when we don't believe that Yahuah is real. That's what it boils down to. You don't believe that Yahuah is real. If you can't take accountability for what you do when you're not seeing, you don't believe that Yahuah is real. All this stuff is a fairy tale for you, and you're a temple prostitute. But you know who you do believe is real? Babylon. Because you got faith in that paycheck. You got faith in that job. You got faith in that woman. You got faith in that man. You got faith in career. You got faith in all these other things, but you don't got faith in Yahuah. Let's keep going. We're about to wrap this up. Mark 7, 26 through 28, it says, and the Greek woman, y'all said this earlier, the Syrophoenician woman, you know how slick they are, Syrophoenician, that just means African. That's all that means. That means the Northeast African. Phoenicia is Africa. That's Northeast Africa, or, you know, as far as what we know, Northeast Africa, right? So, anyway, by nation, she besought him that he would cast forth a ruach out of her daughter. And Yahushua said unto her, let the children be first filled, for it's not meet to take the children's and cast it what? Why? Because a dog's supposed to eat things that's torn by beasts. Right? He's supposed to eat the meat of the beast because they're part of the beast. That's their all. That's their mighty one. That's their allure. Right? But then you bringing the king's bread and giving it to paupers. You bringing $1 million watch and you give it to somebody that don't want to tell time. They don't plan on selling the watch. You wasting your time. And then all you're going to do is they're going to turn and rend you. Right? Real fast, let's keep going. But the interesting thing is when you go back to the script, she was seeking for what? Deliverance, right? Right? And he says what? It's not meet to take the children's bread and give it to the dogs, because the children's bread is what? Deuteronomy 23:14. For Yahuah walk in the midst of the camp too, and to give thy enemies before thee. Therefore thy camp should be Kodesh, that he see no unclean thing in thee. That's what he's saying is that I don't see no temple prostitutes. Right? Because if not, I'm going to bring Pentecost out there. He's going to kill you. It's only a matter of time. Right? And it talks about the whore and the sodomite, which is really the priests that are set apart to Asherah. Right? Wrapping it up. Philippians 3:1-2, it says, finally, my brethren, rejoice in Yahuah. Rejoice in Adonai, to write you the same things unto you. To me, indeed, is not grievous, but for you it is. Be safe. Right? 2, beware of what? Beware of what? Beware of what? Right? So the dogs are the evil workers of concision. They're the ones who worship another allure. They're the ones who eat of a different meat. They have a different Torah, right? So they worship their allure in the midst of this house, but Yahuah is going to walk through the camp to deliver them into our hands. They're going to be executed. They're going to be removed. Let's keep going. Psalms 22:19-20. Let's keep talking about these dogs. Better watch them dogs. Be not thou far from me, O Yahuah, O my strength. Haste thee to help me. Deliver my nefesh from the sword and from what? So you know that word darling is really Yakid. Right? The chosen seed. From the power of the dog. Right? Because remember now, just like how Azazel is not identified in the beginning. Lots have to be cast. There have to be a certain time of year. Then he's going to be manifest and then cast out. Right? Let's wrap this up. So we've been talking about the kingdom. Right? But how does the kingdom relate to this? What's outside the gates? Revelation 22:14-15. Blessed are they that keep his commandments, and they might have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates of the city. For without are and what? And what? And what? So all those things tie back into the temple prostitute. That's why it starts off with they are dogs. That's the category of a dog, a temple prostitute. Right? That means that they're a sorcerer, they're a whoremonger, right? They're murderers, right? Idolaters. They love to make a lie. They have a different Torah. They eat that was torn by the dogs. Let's keep going. Right? So, we said today outside. I wonder where you got that Torah from. Psalms 58, 5-8. Thou therefore, O Yahuah, Lord Sabaoth, the Lord of Yasharel, await to visit the heathen. Be not merciful unto any wicked transgressor. Selah. They return at evening. They make a noise like a, and do what? So that word roundabout means to encircle, because they outside the gates. They outside the gates. Behold, they belch out with their mouth swords, are in their lips. For they say, what? Do they hear? They didn't see this. They don't know what's going on. So they say the most. They do the most. They create, they murder with their mouth. They create divisions. Riffraff. Right? So, but this is what they do when they go around about the city. Why? Because they're outside the gates. Because they are dogs. Right? Again, Psalms 59, 13-16. Consume them in wrath, consume them that they may not be. And let them know that Allure ruleth in Jacob to the ends of the earth, Selah. And in the evening let them return, and let them make a noise like a dog, and go where? See, in the other text, it talks about how they belch out swords. That's because they're what? In weeping? Temple prostitutes. But Yahuwah's walking through the camp to deliver them, deliver the people from them. Because at atonement, there's going to be somebody cast out. Somebody's going to bear the iniquity of them all and be cast out to the wilderness. Right? So this is the last thing I'm going to say. This ties into this, but it's a little different. But I didn't know this was a thing, so I'm sharing it with y'all. 2 Timothy 3, 5-9. Having a form of godliness, right? But denying the power thereof, for such turn away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses. In other words, they commit fornication, adultery, and perversion, and incest. They lead what? Captive, silly women. What? Ma, you want to speak on that?
So, when it says silly women laden with sin, it's talking about women who heap teachers to themselves. Teachers, they're always looking for a word. They're always looking for a deeper word, a revelation, secret knowledge that's going to give them some deeper attractiveness or some deeper influence or power. And so these women are easily led outside of the boundaries that have been set for them. They're easily led outside of the assembly. They're easily led outside of the rules that a father has placed on them or a husband has placed on them. And so that's why the scripture goes on to say they're ever learning, but never able to come out. They keep looking for this word. You know, they watching this YouTube channel and that YouTube channel, and they got all these different voices and opinions going on in their head, but they never come to a revelation that teaches them how to walk upright before Yahuwah.
So they become dogs. Because dogs eat what? They eat the scraps. They eat the meat that's torn by the beast. Right? That's what it is. Receiving these different words. But it compares them to another people. As who? Jans and Jambres. They did what? So do these resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds reprobate concerning the faith, because it's the men that take advantage of the women. It's the men that prey on these women because they see a breach and they take advantage of the breach. But it says, these are like Jannes and Jambres withstood Moshe. So these also resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds, reprobate concerning the faith. They shall proceed no further. In other words, they're going to get cut off. Right? They're going to proceed no further. For their folly shall be made seen. Shall be what? Unto all men. As theirs also was. So just like how Jannes and Jambres was made a spectacle, that's how these people are going to be. The temple prostitutes. And the reason I brought this out, I'm going back to the context, is that I was reading up on Jannes and Jambres because there's a story that some of the people in Ghana claim to descend from them. Just saying. It was pretty wild. I didn't know that story until recently. I said, man, I didn't know that there's certain tribes in Ghana that claim that they descend from Jannes and Jambres. So when you go back to the Jewish traditions, you know, the sages, you know, you can't trust that stuff, but sometimes they steal stuff from us because they know some of the history, right? That's written. But anyway, it says Jewish traditions and targums preserve other legendary lore about the pair. They are called the sons of Balaam. In other words, they worship Asherah. Right? The unwitting prophet of Beor. It is also claimed that they were converted to the Torah and that they left Mizraim at the Exodus to accompany Moshe and the Israelites. However, they perished in the way. Either at the Red Sea or the destruction of the golden calf or at the slaughter of Korah and his followers. So they basically what they're saying is that don't necessarily mean it's true, but they're saying it's a possibility that Jannes and Jambres ended up going with them. So that it's a multi-tier thing. So when you hear Egyptian in the text, right, in the context of them, they don't necessarily mean they was Egyptian, right? It's possible they could have been Hebrews, right? Because, for instance, even the taskmasters of our ancestors at that time was Hebrews. Like when it says that the taskmasters made them tally of bricks go higher, those are Hebrews. If you read in the text, it'll tell you how they took certain Hebrews and put them over us. That's right. They're doing the same thing right now, right? Barack Obama and whoever else. I don't claim the one that's in office right now because she ain't black. But saying that to say, the context is that that's what they would do. So it's a possibility that Jannes and Jambres, and they was what? It was basically witches and warlocks or sorcerers, temple prostitutes, dogs. So these dogs transferred with them. They thought they was going to make it into the land, allegedly. That doesn't mean it happened, but this is what they're saying. It's a possibility. But they got caught off in the wilderness, right? In other words, they bear their iniquity, even though they thought they could hide. So this is what Yahuah is doing in this time when he talking about Azazel, the scapegoat, who is really tied to these dogs, these temple prostitutes, these people who are set apart for wickedness, who in the place that's supposed to be set apart, bringing wickedness to it, right? But it was preordained for that. But it's a certain time when these people got to be cut off. They got to be cast out into the wilderness. Everybody talk about going to the wilderness, but there's another wilderness for them, a Sheol. So listen, last thing I'll say on this. So when you read the text, like in Yahuah, it says that every man is going to return to his own land. But you know who's not? The dogs. Why? We know, because the dogs going to be where? Outside the city. Exactly. Go ahead, Doc.
So the ones who return to their own vomit is not going to return to the land. So don't be found in the house of Yahuah, amongst the Kodashim, but you still entangled with the world. Listen to what the word says. 2 Peter 2, and I'm going to just do verse 20. For if, after they escape the defilements of the world through the knowledge of our Master, or our Adonai, and Savior, Yahushua HaMashiach, they are again entangled in them and overcome, the latter end for them is worse than the first. For it would have been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness than having known it, to turn from the Kudesh command, or set apart command, delivered unto them. For them, the proverb has proved true. A dog returns to his own vomit, and a washed pig returns to her rolling in the mud.
That's it. Go ahead.
So it's easy to hear this stuff and look at this and be like, man, I'm glad that's not me. I'm glad I'm not Janice and Jambries out here. I'm glad I'm not a dog out here. But the person who is that mess around and be thinking like that.
Right.
So during this time of as we're going up to atonement, that's really what we got to be doing, is looking at our hearts and wondering, how have I been returning to my vomit? What slop have I been returning back to? What have I been entertaining that is not profitable? What silly women's homes have I been sneaking into?
Right.
Whether it be am I a silly woman? What man have I been allowing to come in? What words, extra words have I been entertaining? Because the people that Yahuah has given me to steward over me, I feel like it's not sufficient.
Right.
Because I see the latter end for this type of person. So this is an opportunity. Again, Yahushua in his mercy established these feast cycles to give us opportunities. He's going to establish an alarm, a trumpet, to remind you who's responsible for you, who you are betrothed to, who has made an oath concerning you.
Right.
And then so that you might bethink yourself and put away those dog-like ways, put away those childish ways, put away that foolishness, because he's not playing, and this is not the season. So I was Jeremiah, I think it's Jeremiah, when the man was prophesying against him.
Right.
He was saying that judgment's not going to come. He was saying, the yoke that Jeremiah's been warning everybody about, that stuff's not even going to be like that. It's going to be easy. And then Yahuah put a heavier yoke on Jeremiah.
Right.
But then later on it says that in the 7th month, those same false prophets died.
Right.
In the 7th month, that means trumpets came,
right?
Atonement came, tabernacles came, then somebody passed away. Dogs.
Right. Real fast before you say that. So when we look at the dogs that are outside the gates, I'm gonna show you the prophecy about that in Ezekiel. You can see.
Pause. So families, man, this is where I get most of my biblical spiritual understanding from, families. These are my brothers and sisters right here, families. This is the Mishpakai families that I be, I love them brothers right there, man. I love them sisters over there, man. Them elders and imams over here, families. This tribe, rebirth families, man, all praises to Yahuah, man. I love them very much, man, because it makes me understand the meat of the word, the mysteries of Hamashiach. You know, understand the true doctrine, families, of the way, the truth, and the light. So I love that. Families, man, I am going to show you where I be going to. This is a wonderful elder. And families, man, I love this brother right here, families. Him and Elder Moray Mike. Man, I love them over here, man. Apostle Jenkins, man. Like these elders right here, families, they don't mind being around people that has opinions. These people have questions, families, and they don't mind talking about it. Let's talk about it. I likes that with these elders right here, families, because us young people, we get offended too much, man. We too much in our feelings, man. Why you in your feelings so much? So because there's certain things you don't understand. Maybe the Most High Yah sent a older brother or sister in your life to make you understand. Let's go. So this is my tribe right here, families. Rebirth of a Nation, families. I love them so much, y'all. So y'all make sure y'all go show them brothers and sisters some love right there, families. They be going in. And is a nation gonna be born in the day? You for sure you ride. Let's go.
Of believers in Christ has been the Christian church throughout history. The number one,
Mike, jump on because I was gonna play your video, Mike, or a Hebrew roots poisoning or something. But I'm sorry, Plumber. Go ahead. The number one killer. Go ahead and say that again.
Yeah, the number one. They have persecuted the believers more than more than Islam or anything else. It has been the Christian church for the last, well, we can say for at least 1,000 of these years. It's been the so-called, or what they calling themselves. I'm not gonna say they're true believers because they're not.
You're Roman Catholics. Yes, I got you. Go ahead.
Right, but the problem I see is that all of these doctrines that we have today in the church come from those people back there that was killing people that believed in the Messiah. But because
wait a minute, when you said wait a minute, slow. You said the doctrine?
Yes, it come from these church fathers, right? It come from these church fathers, right? Most of these doctrines come from these church fathers, which they had a problem with. They had a problem with Israelites. They had a problem with Jews. Even when you get to the
Protestant, shut the whole thing down. There's gonna be beef right here. Hold on, keep talking, brother. Keep talking.
Even when you get to the Protestant movement, we see Martin Luther had a problem with Jews, and he called for them to be killed too. So this is what I'm saying. When I go by the Bible, the Messiah says, "You shall know the tree by its fruit." And he says this: no bad tree can bear good fruit, and no good tree can bear bad fruit. And so when I look back on the history and what they've done for 1,000 years, I got to say, man, we're looking at the fruit from that tree right now. The fruit from that tree is right now. It's not 1,000 years ago. We're talking about that fruit right now. And that's why we have a problem in America today, because that fruit is what? It's evangelical Christianity. That fruit is what? It's Zionism. That fruit comes, what we're seeing that controls the political apparatus of our nation and even spreads its tentacles across the earth is the fruit from that wicked tree that was killing believers for the last 1,000 years.
Do me a favor, everybody. Y'all hear the plumber talking, type 1 if y'all agree with the plumber. Yeah, Mike said he wanted to jump on, talk a little bit about it. Hold on, everybody in the room, we got to hold on. This heavy right here. Type of 1, what he said, Berean. What about all the different doctrines among the Israelites? Who to blame? That's a good question. We'll wait for that. I'll leave that up there on the screen, though. Type 1 if you agree with the plumber. Type 1 if you agree with the plumber. That is serious beef. Because if you go onto that video, he's going to say that these people, and that's the sentiment of a lot of church people, that these people got church history confused. Now, I said that that's a stepping stone we use to trace doctrine. We go backwards and we deal with the church father. But what percentage of you think Christian doctrine, plumber, goes back to the early Hebrew Israelite apostles? I know they ain't had no Christmas tree, and I tell people that right there. But what you think, Paul, on the nature, but what do you think?
I mean,
what percentage of stuff? Because you think doctrine, and I think you said that before when you came up with Sly. Oh no, Slick in the back. Slick finna stay right back there right now, because this too serious a conversation to be messing around with Slick. What percentage do you think? Plumber?
I can't say what percentage, but I'm gonna say a good deal, and that's another thing. We can't even get to. I mean, we don't even really have. After the apostles, after they're gone, we really don't have an accurate account or historical account, just bits and pieces of where that thing went to outside of Rome, outside of the westernized view of things, outside of Greece. Yeah, we can see down there with what Constantine and what is that, Constantinople, but then was Greeks that was running that spot. So that's what I'm saying. Even though they wasn't in the West, they was in the East. They was Greeks. And so we don't have, because guess what? Them Israelite apostles weren't Greeks. And we don't really have their writings. Outside of the Bible, we really don't have their history.
But the plumber don't even know what he's saying. And J Mac, hey yo, Mike, I know J Mac, your friend on Facebook too. He said, well, the plumber isn't totally wrong. We might have to drag him up in here. We might have to drag him up in here. And this is where some people feel that some of the Messianics have a conspiratorial view. Like I said, the other guy was saying, well, they destroyed the Hebrew scriptures and gave us the Greek scriptures. We got to show and prove. We got to show and prove the whole New Testament, Mike, was in Hebrew or Aramaic. We got to prove that. If we can't prove that, we start talking about the basement of the Vatican, we're playing our stink selves. A lot of folk running around here playing they stink self, Mike, because and then when they can't show and prove, they pointing us downstairs in the Vatican. I ain't never been there. You ain't never been there. How we gonna deal with that? Let's deal with the stuff. Let's deal with the stuff at hand. Come on, Mike. I'm here for the comments. This is finna get good. I see everybody else agree. Hold on, this is finna get good right here.
Yeah, I mean, the plumber, and much respect. Appreciate you, Brother Berean. Much respect to the plumber, but you just don't know history, bro. You don't. You don't know history. We do have the writings of the disciples of the apostles. And guess what? It's the same doctrine we preach in today. Bro, somebody...
Dedicate, we got everything.
Dedicate, Polycarp, Ignatius. Bro, you somebody lying to you, bro. You gotta quit going to all these pseudo places, bro. Now, I'm not saying the church's hands are spotless, but the Jews, I want you to catch this, plumber. Historically, I agree that later, probably when you get to like the 4th century, that's late, number one. That's number one, that's late. Then number two, I agree that Christians came down difficult and hard on Jews. But many of them weren't believing Jews, and I'm not justifying it. They were wrong, right? But some of them were simply they were believing and holding to Judaism. Not believers in Christ. And those were the ones who Martin Luther and others, again, Martin Luther ain't no early church father. Anybody who say Martin Luther early church father, I don't even want to listen to him because that's telling me you haven't done the work.
I never said he was an early church father.
Okay.
What I said was,
Martin Luther way new.
Even when you get to the Protestant movement, that was my point. Even when you get there, that man had a problem with him too.
He did.
Yes,
let me tell you why he did. Again, I've said this numerous times, right? Some of these so-called believers were wrong. But the reason the animosity exists, it's almost like why some black people hate white people now, right? And some of these white people, nice and friendly, haven't done nothing to them. But the hatred is there for what they did in the past. Brother, if you really knew history, it was the Jews who persecuted the church. That started it. That's Bible. It was the Jew. Paul was a zealous Jew dragging Christians out their homes, and that continued.
Jews killed Stephen. Thank you.
After the Jews killed, that's right, and after the biblical period,
Jews with James and John.
Thank you. That didn't stop, bro, and that's why Christians, and again, I don't justify it, but that's why Christians had such a hatred for Jews because of all of the persecution that was infringed upon Christians. Didn't start the persecution, bro. Just go back to the book of Acts and you tell me who persecuted who first, the Christians to the Jews or the Jews to the Christians. So again, bro, you just got to do, again, listen, if you think Christianity is wrong biblically, then prove it biblically. You don't have to bring all of these false accusations like well, that's what he see these people, they hated Jews and this is where we got their doctrine from. If a doctrine is wrong, right, then prove it with the text.
Mike, hold on, everybody, in the name of the Lord Jesus, nobody go nowhere. All y'all held hostage right now. If outside of the Christmas tree, outside of those days, every single doctrine, from should Christians keep the feast, should Christians keep the Sabbath, every single doctrine, this is where we got to challenge Mike in the church. Can it be tested by the word of God? Yeah. Let's put the white folk down for me, because that's all we want to argue. Oh, white folk in the Western mind and the Greek and every single doctrine. We're going to put Christianity on trial for the whole week. I'm down for, because we can put Christianity on trial for the whole week outside of the tree. Because everybody want to run to the tree. Everybody want to run to Valentine's Day. Everybody want to run to a wedding ring. Everybody want to watch the Super Bowl. Oh, that's pagan. Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, that's all pagan. Let's put all of that down and deal with every single doctrine from the nature of Christ to the nature of man, sin, the Holy Spirit. Let's deal with all that soteriology. How do you get saved? Should Gentiles keep the law? Can we challenge all of that stuff right there? And will biblical Christianity stand? Oh, that's a fair question. That's a fair question right there.
Real quick.
Very good question.
Real quick. The Christmas tree, those are not Christian doctrines.
I know, but the people that don't know any better might mix it together.
People carnal though, Brother Berean.
I know, but what you gonna do with carnal people? You gotta bring them up or you gotta leave them alone. So I said, put the tree down. I'm the tree president. I tell people, put the tree down right there.
Berean, I hear what you're saying and I understand your sentiment. But we do not combat a false ideology by succumbing to it. Because at the end, we might as well say, guess what else we doing? You know, don't let me mention pork. Then guess what?
If we give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile.
We help a whole lot of people. Just quit eating certain meats. We'll help a whole lot of people, y'all. What's the point? Just change the day from Sunday. Listen, Christmas is not a Christian doctrine. And whenever people use that, it's a straw man argument. It has nothing to do with Christian doctrine. Some Christians don't even celebrate Christmas. It's not relevant at all. And at the end of the day, people are just using that as a straw man. Ain't nobody getting up on the pulpit preaching Santa Claus. Stop it.
Or preaching bow down to a Christmas tree. I'm sorry, y'all. The room packed. Some folk trying to get in here now. Folk ready. All right, Plumber, you wanted to say something on that with the doctrine? Because if we can test the Christian doctrine, if we can find a doctrine that's in Christianity that's not Bible, I don't even want to use the word Trinity because Paul said, "Great is the mystery of godliness. God was manifested in the flesh." Paul, who believed in Deuteronomy 1:4, 6:4, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one." He made it sound like God came down in the flesh. Isaiah 9:6 made it sound like God came down in the flesh. We ain't gonna argue even the word, but we can see that doctrine. All of that stuff we can see before the anti-Nicene fathers, born apostolic fathers, all of that stuff we can see in the Bible. People worship Jesus. Why would sweet Jesus, a holy Messiah, why would he receive worship, Mike? We could trace this stuff, and we could trace all of this stuff for Rome, the Vatican, the Pope, and all that other nonsense that came on the tree, on the streets, or later on the scene later on. Come on, Plumber, you got the floor.
Yeah, of course, some things that might accept as history written by the Catholics, I might not accept. But that's neither here nor there. But when we go to the doctrine, here's the problem with going to the doctrine. Here goes the problem with going to the doctrine on this channel. And there's no disrespect here. But the truth of the matter is that you are trying to hold Israelites to that standard that comes from Christianity as far as what we see in Scripture. Now, hold on, because I came on here.
They might be going good somewhere.
I came on here and I showed that the word because means because, and in 2 seconds after I got done, a Christian brother stood up and got up on here, came on, and he said that because didn't really mean because. And then when we listened to, because I went back through that, Mike, was it Wigner that you showed the other day? I went back through that whole video and I watched it, and I watched all 4 of them that he had on Hebrew Roots.
Yes.
And when he got to Acts 15, chapter 20 or verse 21, he read it, and I see it reads this way in the NIV as well. He read it as it was past tense. But when you go into the actual text and look at the tense of the verbs that are used there, they're present tense, which changes the whole meaning of the word. I mean, of the text. So what I'm trying to say is that when we come here and we present to you, now I know a lot of brothers that came on here and said some crazy stuff that I don't agree with. Because a lot of stuff I don't agree with. I try to stick to strictly the text. And we keep talking about plain readings. But when we get to plain readings, what starts to happen is we don't really actually get to plain readings. And we start getting something else. And people start reading it, and as they reading it, they trying to teach us as they go along instead of just, let's do the plain reading. Let's see exactly what this word means.